Oh, that's right. We'll wait. Thank you. Oh, okay. You're so helpful. Oops. Oh, God. Okay, here we are again. Sorry, this is a repeat performance. So it's today's day eight of our budget hearings. Great to see the staff here with us today. Community development is going to present first. We really appreciate the whole staff here. We look forward to their introductions, although many of us know you. And I want to thank community development for the bribe of cookies. That was very nice. Today is Thursday, May 15th, 2025. We were this morning, myself and my colleagues were at the military stand down event that they have every year. And it was up at the new veterans home up there off of Gemini, which if you haven't been there, I had seen it, was there for its groundbreaking, also had watched it under construction, but it's very impressive what they've done. So it's worth a stop by in a quick tour. It's pretty impressive. So with that, first order of business is roll call. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm chair of the governing board, and I'm also the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good afternoon, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
In District 4.
Yeah, District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay. Thanks for being here.
And District 5 Supervisor Lena Fowler is not able to join us today, so it's just the four of us. And with that, I see that we have Jake Chrisselman up, but I think before we hear from him, we'll turn this to Kim Musselman.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Excited to have Jay with Community Development start us off this afternoon. And as Andy said and noted, his shameless plug of bribing you with cookies. But either way, I just want to first of all appreciate Jay and all of his staff and department and for the work that they do on so many different levels within our community. And it's certainly a very public facing department that many of you are hearing from Jay and his staff on regular intervals, and certainly also with planning and zoning and all of the other work that goes into the things that they deliver for our communities. With that, the manager's recommendation, if you want to flip to your community development tab under there, respect to fiscal year 26 increments, community development is going to receive a motor pool adjustment for fiscal year 26. The department also requested a 3-year extension of the limited term building inspector position. And in line with what we have done with all of the departments, those positions, because this position is currently filled and it is recommended to be extended at this point in time for 1 more year through June 30, 2026 and evaluated next fiscal year as essential software necessary for short-term rental management. The request for the data services is recommended, and it's actually offset by program revenue. And then the dark sky specialist that you'll see there at that $3,000 is required with an IGA with the city of Flagstaff So that has also been recommended for funding. And then the last one that you'll see in gray, which is the move the position funding from flood control. This request to change funding for those positions was originally brought forward by the flood control district. I know Lucinda had spoken to that when she presented. And it's recommended to be reevaluated next fiscal year. There's no impact to these positions by maintaining the current funding structure that we have in fiscal year 26. So that's the overview of manager recommendations, and I'm going to turn it over to Jay to talk about his.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Is there a specific position that refers to, or is it just a general funding?
There's actually a couple positions, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll actually let Jay answer that because he can answer it better than I can.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Jay.
Kim. Madam Chair, were you referring to the dark sky specialist?
No, that we got.
Okay.
And I'm
The
real
flood
happy
control
to see
district.
that, so.
Yes.
This is the move position funding from flood control, $65,000. I just was asking, what is that covering? Right now, flood control is paying for something within community development. What is that?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, so we are the permitting arm for the flood control district as well as public works. So
Mhm.
our hydrologist, Katie Geyer, she's 100% paid for through the flood control district. John Carr, engineering supervisor, is a third paid for from the flood control district. So that's where that money comes from. And then public works actually pays a portion of John Carr's sick today. He was going to be here. I was going to introduce him, but they pay for a portion of his salary as well. And our engineering technician, it's a division of 3 whole people that
Very
does
good.
the engineering and flood control permitting.
Thank you. That answers my question. So
Thank you.
good to see you as always, and good to see your staff. Hopefully you'll introduce everyone.
I most certainly will. I'll get to that. Before I kick it off, I would like to offer a sincere thanks to the manager's office and the board. I'll get to Siri and Krista here in a little bit, but the 2.5% pay adjustment that seems to come every year is hugely valuable. When I share it with staff that, hey, it's recommended we're getting a 2.5% increase. You know, sometimes you hear, especially people that might have come from the private sector, you hear, well, that's not very much with inflation and everything. But what I explain to them, and then it always goes over well, is 2.5% every year is over $1 million that needs to be in the county coffers every single year. So explaining that goes a long way. So that on behalf of the department, we thank you. We also like to thank the manager's office and Syrian Finance for the CPI that is covering a number of deficiencies that we see every year with our vehicle overage. Supervisor Horseman, or excuse me, Chair Horseman, you mentioned that you've been here 8 days now. This is the last day you get to hear from us departments. I'm not big on reading off of slides, so if it's okay with you, while you enjoy your lunch, I'd just like to have a discussion. Shake it up a little bit so you can enjoy your lunch and those cookies, please.
The cookies are great bribe.
So, our mission statement, our vision statement, very much aligned with our comprehensive plan. I'm going to put a plug in there too. We're entering the 60-day comment period with a comprehensive plan. So if you could share that material that, you have upstairs, and I think there's some down here too, to get as many comments as we can, that would be great. But I'll introduce the team. So the Building and Safety Division, I'll go first. We currently do not have a building official. That's a statutorily required position. We're having to contract somebody for 2 days a week. Wonderful building official, probably the best I've ever worked with, but he's just turned 70. He loves it here, but he does not want to work full time. So I tried, but he doesn't want to come work for us. We have him 2 days a week. Building and Safety, of course, is responsible for essentially the vertical plan review and permitting for any structure, any vertical structure. Environmental and inspections, Environmental Quality Division. So we have Brian Bazell here. He is our longest tenured community development staff member at 25 years, and he's been in environmental quality the entire time. So he promoted, it was about a year ago, I think, to a division manager. Of course, environmental quality is responsible for the on-site wastewater permitting and septic hauling permits. So if you think about it, with the exception of KVID, Kachina, Munns Park, Forest Highlands, Flagstaff Ranch, Greenhaven, what am I missing? Belmont, thank you. Those are on sewer systems that are administered by the state of Arizona. Every other parcel in the county has to have an on-site wastewater system. So that's what Brian and his team of 2 do. Next, we have, of course, Jess McNeely, Planning and Zoning Division. You see him a little more frequently than you probably care to. Me too. Yeah. when we have hearings, Planning and Zoning, obviously, the board hears zone changes, and subdivision and subdivision. Always. We try to make it happy. But they do a lot of administrative permits too. In addition to the comprehensive plan, area plans, we do administrative adjustments for lot lines, lighting permits, landscaping permits, RV as a temporary residence. There's lots of administrative permits that go along with it as well. As a matter of fact, 98% of what the department does is an administrative permit. It never goes to a body for hearing. It just in and out of the department all day. And we'll get into that. These numbers are pretty shocking in a good way. We've got, sorry, my vision's going. We've got the Sustainable Building Program Manager, Nina Schmidt. She is responsible not just for county sustainable building, but we also offer that service in the city. So for folks that want to go above and beyond minimum code, like minimum energy code, they visit with Nina, and we have a tremendous amount of our customers that do. It's a voluntary service. We don't charge for it. And Nina's working on a number of other things too. We'll get into that here as the presentation progresses. Our engineering division, I mentioned John Carr's sick today. We already kind of talked about what the engineering division does. There's 3 of them as well. Engineering technician Jamie, and then Katie, our hydrologist, and John Carr is the engineering supervisor. We do work very closely with Public Works and the Flood Control District. Again, we are the permitting arm for them. It's all part of the one-stop shop that Supervisor Antameros was part of that, and so was Andy, and Kim, Erica. Everybody's aware of it, what happened a number of years ago. And then our code enforcement, our infamous code enforcement division, Mark Stento. That's where the fun happens. So I do have to say that Mark is the 4th compliance manager, is actually his title, that I've had the pleasure of supervising, and he is far and away the most effective and efficient and our longest tenure. It's a position that has a lot of turnover. It has been deemed a less desirable position, but Mark embraces it. We have an unwritten rule at the end of every day. We debrief in my office and we laugh. We laugh about what happened that day because code enforcement is entertaining, right, Mark? Yeah. So he has 1 code enforcement officer and also a short-term rental officer, which we'll talk about here shortly. All right, moving on.
Mark, thank
There
you
we go.
for what you do. We hear a lot about you, and we really appreciate what you do.
What happened? I'm breaking the presentation. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. So here's our organizational chart. There are 37 of us in community development. That includes 3 temporary employees, temp employees, both part-time and full-time. We do have some vacancies, as Kim mentioned, our chief building official, which we're recruiting for. It's been vacant for 8 months. We've had 1 qualified applicant that did not show up for the interview. So that was unsuccessful, unfortunately. We're yeah. Qualified on paper. We do, as Kim mentioned, we have a term limited environmental quality specialist that's vacant. That is proposing to be left vacant. It's also a very difficult position to fill historically. There don't seem to be a plethora of people interested in wastewater industry, but we're thankful for the staff that we do have. We do have a term limited plans examiner that we're also not recommending be extended. That's currently vacant as well. And the building inspector position, term limited building inspector, that is vacant. But these vacancies we left vacant because, thank you, Siri and Krista, we used those savings to reclassify our building inspectors. We were having significant turnover. Well, we had some retirements, but we had turnover due to a couple people going to the city. They pay a bit more. So we were successful in using those vacancy savings to, and thank you, Kim, for spearheading that too, to reclassify the building inspectors to get them an increase in pay.
Question. How many positions are those? There's 1, 2, 3? Or
Madam,
just the 2? Which positions are you talking about?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Begay, the vacancies are currently the building inspector, but that one is recommended for extension for a year. And we fully plan on recruiting July 1 for that position because we do need it. The other 2 that are vacant are the plans examiner, that's term limited, that's not being recommended for extension. And then the environmental quality specialist one is also not being recommended for extension. Those vacancies. Yeah. Any other questions before I proceed? Oh, okay, thank you. So with that, I would like to get into a little bit of accomplishments. Our presentation is not very slide heavy. Like I said, we're just going to have a nice conversation. And with that, I'd like to bring up Rachel Davis, our business manager, who I did not introduce, but you all know Rachel. Rachel's our business manager, and she's been tasked with significant department reorganization about 8 months ago when our building official moved away. And she's going to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Jay. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity. Very happy to talk about accomplishments. We have quite a bit. One of them is we survived an audit. We had the profound honor of being chosen as one of the departments who went through this year's audit. And that was a very interesting challenge. I'm looking at Siri over here. But we were very proud that we were able to provide what was needed. And that does, I want to give kudos to my administrative staff team who does a great job with cash handling and keeping great documentation to make sure that the auditors had everything that they needed. So I'm very proud of my team for getting that to happen. One of the other things that I want to focus on, it's kind of a broad thing. It's process improvements. That's what we're about at the county. I know we're doing that everywhere in all sorts of different ways. And so at community development, really what we focus on is customer satisfaction and efficiency. How are we using our software to push permits through in a timely manner? Are we doing them faster? Are we doing more in a shorter amount of time, perhaps with less staff? These are all things we're trying to measure. We're really trying to hone those metrics. And so I'm really proud of our staff because it is a continual process of improving. That is really what we've been doing for this entire year. As Jay mentioned, I've assumed some additional responsibilities this year, and one of those responsibilities was taking on the permit tech team, our front counter customer service representatives, who are also project managers. They manage the permits as they go through the process. And so getting to know those people, getting to know that process that they were doing, we found opportunities to make it better and better. And we can already see in the reports that we generate that we are improving. We are getting faster. We are getting better. We are communicating better. We're tracking and better. So I'm very proud of my team because they have been willing to kind of buckle down and let's try these new things. Change is hard. So I really want to acknowledge that as an accomplishment. So we are improving our timeframes. Again, utilizing our software better and better. We have revamped our permit intake and our review process. We're always, again, working with inspectors to see, well, what do you need? What do you need to get out there and serve the customers better for the final part of closing out the permit? We're also working toward the adoption of the 2024 building codes, and that's going to come into play with how do we work that into our process. So I could go on, but I'm going to cut myself off. So thank you very much.
To pick up where Rachel left off, we are we're a very reactive department. You know, we're reliant on our customers for what we do. If I don't want to shop at Home Depot, I can go to Home Co. If I don't want to shop at Bash's', I can go to Safeway. Our customers do not have that option. We're it. We're the only game in town for where they have to get their permits. I would say that at least half of them don't even want to. They don't want to come to get our permit. So we're constantly trying to figure out how to serve them better. And, you know, we have, some of you may have noticed, but we all have a link on our email address for a survey, you know, that people can fill out. And we're getting a lot of activity with that. Just always, like Rachel said, always trying to make our process better. This past year, one of our awarenesses, not weakness, but I'll get into that in a moment, is our software system. It's about 11-ish years old, and it's not the best. It's what we could afford at the time. It's okay. Our permit tracking software is our lifeblood of what we do. We had some demos this past year of different programs, AI-based programs that are absolutely fantastic, but we're looking at about a $400,000 to $500,000 push. So we just knew there's no way, tight budget, that we're going to ask for that. So again, we're trying to make things as best we can. One other accomplishment that was almost an accomplishment was a grant opportunity that I wrote another grant application for the Department of Defense to pick up on the JLIS and the MIS that we were successful with. I was working with Chief Lee Antonides with Ponderosa Fire and West Deason to build a duplicate EOC with the grant that he was awarded last year with the same exact equipment in the Belmont Fire Station's expansion room, in addition to a full station generator. So this grant application was called the DCIP, or Defense Community Infrastructure Program. Again, it was through the same Department of Defense office that the other two grants were awarded, but this was actually for a construction project, which I was extremely excited about. Worked with our project manager with the old CC. That's the acronym. They change it every 2 years. That's what the Department of Defense does. But we had to have a third-party cost verification because it was and that was a new requirement. We essentially had Levin Contracting provided us with a quote to do the work. Nobody had the money to pay for this third-party cost verification. Then it went back and forth with another contractor. They were competing with the quotes to provide, no, you're wrong. No, this is how much it's going to cost. Needless to say, I submitted the application without a third-party cost for it, so it was rejected. But I found it after the fact that it would have likely been approved because of the scope of work. And a very similar project in California got awarded. It was right about $1 million. So we're going to apply for that again this year. Yeah, it's really great to protect the community there, as well as Camp Navajo. And then there is some crossover with the Naval Observatory because Ponderosa Fire performs the emergency services for the Naval Observatory Flagstaff Station. We'll try again. So this slide you see each year, it looks alarming, right? That bar on the far right is where we're at compared to previous years. That's the end of Q2, so it's inaccurate. We are actually, this is a revenue, by the way. You can see that last year we brought in 3.7 million. Our operating budget this year is right about 3.3 million. We are currently at about 2.8 million in revenue with a projection of 3.1 million. So we're almost breaking even. The last few years we have exceeded, our revenues have exceeded our operating expenses, which is what we aim for. State statute has limitations on a profit that we can't make. So we're always working with the series team to have a break even. Some of the reasons for that this year. Well, any questions on the slide before I proceed? Like I said, we expect about 3.1 million.
Yes, and I'm it's going to be interesting, and please keep us informed as the next fiscal year goes forward, how the tariffs, how the market uncertainty is going to affect construction here in Coconino County. So obviously, we want to make sure we know what is happening and what's going on with our revenue sources. So keep us informed on that.
Madam Chair and supervisors will do. We are very busy, and the permit numbers on the next slide will show that. But it's just a different type of busy than it has been the last 3 or 4 years. This is right. So a little bit about that revenue. This sort of shares how that bar graph goes. So last fiscal year, we had a number of renewable energy projects that came in. We have 2 of them that are in the queue. They just haven't applied for their permits yet. So could they come before June 30th? Maybe, but probably not. So we expect those large revenues. I mean, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 just for the land use permit, not even including the solar array or the towers. So, next fiscal year, we'll see a bump in those projects and the revenue will come up. Now this current fiscal year that we're in, we did see the Forged Ethic. That's the Babbitt Ranch project. We saw Project Otis come in. We can't say what that is. A to Z, little Sprinter vans. That was a large project. The Greenhaven townhomes. We had one single family dwelling that was $22,000 permit for a single. It's like an 8,000 it was 16,000 square foot house in Foxborough. Kachina Highlands. That project is online. They're going vertical now. I would like to also note that Kachina Highlands is about the only permits that we're seeing that are sort of in the median price range in Coconino County. So they have a 1,400 square foot model that is about 630 to 650,000. That's about the median price. It's actually less than the median price. And they do have a over 2,800 square foot model that's I think upwards of 870 or 80,000. So we are seeing still a lot of homes being built in Flagstaff Ranch, Forest Highlands. Those are nice, large, big, expensive houses. And then on the flip side, we're seeing a lot of accessory dwelling units, dwelling units being built. Those are small permit fees. They're a maximum of 1,000 square feet. So it's just not a lot of, there's not a lot of plan review. There's not a lot of inspection associated with it. And then we're seeing lots of RVs as permanent residences. Every month at the commission, we've got at least 1 or 2. And then we're seeing lots of tiny homes. The Highway 64 corridor from north of the Williams city limits all the way into Valley is exploding, and lots of them are tiny homes. So that just kind of shows the disparity of what we're seeing in the market. Any questions before I proceed from this slide?
Please proceed.
So here's our permit. Again, shocker. Holy cow. That's the end of Q2, that far bar on the right. We checked the numbers this morning. We are currently at 4,911 permits total. So the year before, 4,246. We are going to easily exceed 5,000 total permits. So in context, that can be anything from what I mentioned, what the department does, administrative permits. Some of them are even self-issue permits. We're looking at creating a self-issue solar program, rooftop solar, excuse me. Fenestration, like fenestration, roofing, water heaters, permits that are self-issue. We'll do the inspection, but we don't actually do anything. The customer goes in the portal and takes care of it themselves, all the way through zone changes, new homes, all of it. So if in context, 5,000 permits in a year, you figure roughly 240 working days. That takes into account county holidays, sick time, vacation time. That's about 21 permits a day that come out of the department. That's a lot. I mean, we're a very, very busy little department, and we're staying busy. Like I said, we're going to exceed the permit number by 1,000 from last year. They're just different types of permits. So that's what we're in the business of. We enjoy it. We stay plenty busy. Any question on the permit volume slide?
Mr. Begay.
I like the way you made your graph with all the numbers on there and year by year. I think you can tell, that the numbers are going up, and I think that some of the budgets that we've seen didn't have any numbers to it. So this tells a lot to us, what it could even be something that we can use to maybe hire a temp or whatever, just to help out too. So that's thank you for the numbers that you have on there. And certainly you guys are all busy, so thank you so much, and ensuring that, your job is done with you and your staff. So, but thank you for your numbers. I really appreciate that.
Madam Chair and Supervisor, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate that very much, the acknowledgement. We do stay very busy. As you heard Kim mention, we do have one carryover request, and that is our abatement funds. I think there's $60-some thousand left in that account, give or take. Several years ago, we asked for 100,000. The board awarded it. Then we didn't have a compliance manager or any code enforcement staff for about a year and a half during the early part of COVID. So we didn't use very much of that funding. It does go for Mark, like I said earlier, is doing just a fantastic job. With code enforcement, we're taking a lot of cases to hearing that did not used to be the case. And our abatement fund, we don't believe that taxpayers should be abating somebody's problem. They should pay for the personal owner should be responsible for that. So we don't use abatement funds to abate very frequently. We use it to take cases to hearing. We do use it to secure structures. We get complaints from vacant structures quite a bit, and we use some of those funds to board those structures up. It doesn't happen too frequently, but it's frequent enough. So yeah, that is our carryover request. Our increment requests, which coincide with the cookies that we provided from Moselle. Again, the term limited building inspector, we are it is vacant, but we are requesting that it be extended for one more year. If the board remembers, it was it was 3 budget seasons ago. We were so busy that we were getting complaints from the building community that we could not perform inspection services in areas of the county frequently enough. So having that position filled is crucial to perform that duty. And again, the only reason we have those 3 vacant currently is because the vacancy savings paid for reclassification of our building inspectors so we could keep them on staff. So July 1, we do plan to recruit that position. And then of course, the short-term rental, we have a slide coming up about that. The short-term rental data services, it's about a $60,000 request. We learned very quickly that there's no way we would be able to track down the roughly 1,000 short-term rentals that are in the county if we didn't have that data. It's an AI-based data. So what we're finding is people, you know, it's not a vacation. A lot of these aren't vacation rentals for the whole year. That would be easy to find. What we're finding is a lot of them, you know, maybe they live there part of the year, the owners, and then certain weeks of the year or weekends or holidays, they post it on one of these sites to rent. So this AI driven software catches that. It catches all of the different rental sites, and it catches when they pop up, and then notifies us so that we know then to require the short-term rental permit. So it's really effective. And it keeps our one short-term rental code enforcement officer busy full-time. And then our dark sky funding, that is only $3,000, but the Janice Harkala, if you haven't met her, she's the dark sky specialist that we pay half of her salary. She's housed at the city. That came out of the joint land use study a number of years ago. Very effective. Mark still does a lot of our dark sky. He looked into Perrin Wind Farm already this morning. And so Janice got a raise at the city. So the $3,000 our match for that. And that's it for our increment requests. Any questions before I move on?
Just a comment, and that is that our regulations, our ordinance are only as good as the enforcement. And so it's extremely important that we have Mark and the team out there looking at complaints and obviously making sure we've got compliance. And I know that we had talked last year about adding a second person to help Mark with enforcement. And what happened with that?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I'm going to let Mark answer that. We didn't talk about it that much more after that. Mark is so efficient at how he operates.
Okay.
And then John Cole, our other officer, he was a law enforcement officer with the Forest Service. So there, Mark, do you want to add anything? Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So right now, our bottlenecks in terms of enforcement aren't staffing related. We're efficient enough that, especially with Tristan added, he is primarily short-term rentals, but he does do some general code enforcement with us. We are training him on some other stuff. Our bottlenecks are procedural. We're working through those now in terms of developing processes, working on efficiencies, especially in terms of taking cases to hearing, so we can manage these administrative and procedural bottlenecks a little bit better. We're working with the county attorney's office to consider revisions to the enforcement section of the zoning ordinance this summer to take what we've learned going to hearings over the last couple of years, very frequently monthly, and get better at it, run more cases a month, et cetera. We're looking at creative ways to use the abatement funding as well. And a lot of that goes to legal fees now. We're trying to figure out how we can manage abatements in some situations that might streamline some of these cases. So right now we're okay as far as staffing goes. Should that need change in the future, we'll reevaluate, but we want to deal with those other procedural issues first.
Good, thank you, and thanks for that update.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this question is going to be for you, Mark, or Jay, but you have mentioned that there's been like an uptick trend in zoning cases going to cases going to hearing. What do you attribute that to?
A lot of that is us refining our processes, like I mentioned before, right? The zoning ordinance in the enforcement section in the zoning ordinance is a bit of a process. And the procedural components of enforcement, like making sure we have service process on some of these individuals, et cetera, can be a real challenge. We're chasing folks, not just all over the county sometimes, but all over the country, trying to get them served. It's the short version to say that. We've gotten a lot better at it. We've gotten better at finding people. We've gotten better at serving people. We've gotten better at conducting hearings. Because of that, we're able to bring more cases in through the hearing process. Whereas before we would just be basically going out and say, hey, you haven't really done anything. could you try again? We don't do that as much anymore. We still try and work with people, but cases that are stubborn, we're now able and willing to bring through the administrative hearing process. Does that answer your question?
It does. And that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, you answered the question before. Okay, come on, let's just keep working on this. But it's the stubborn ones that you're really digging in on now. So that makes sense. Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
correct. And there were many cases that were existing before I came into the role that, had sat for quite a while before with lots of effort from previous staff.
Right.
But we were able to then escalate these a little bit further. in some
Mhm.
cases.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Comments, questions?
Yes, ma'am. My pleasure.
We do generally tend to think that May 1st, we like to call code enforcement season starts. A lot of the second homeowners are coming back. Munts Park RV Resort opens May 1st, and we generally see an uptick in code enforcement requests around then. I did not put a slide together for a SWOT analysis, but I would like to talk about it real quick before we have our final slide. Strengths, we have a extremely dedicated and passionate staff. I mean, we really try to find people who exemplify customer service. We can teach them to do the rest of the job. Obviously, there are specific requirements that are required for a lot of our positions, but it's that customer service interface that we really look to employ, because we have to tell people no all the time. It just doesn't meet our codes and ordinances. It's the way that you do it and the way that you explain it to people that the delivering of the message is important. We don't like to use the term weakness in SWAT. We use awareness. So we are aware of some things. Some recruitment retention, I think everybody's heard that. I think every department, I think, has made a comment about that. It's expensive to live here, and some of the positions don't pay as much as they need to support living here. With that, we do have a number of new staff. In the last year and a half or so, we've had more turnover in the last year and a half or so than we have in years. But it isn't just people leaving. We had 4 retirements, which is great. They worked for us for a long time. They're employed for a long time, and so we do have a number of new staff. And training new staff when we're super busy. We have a 19-year-old building inspector. He's fantastic, youngest staff member. We put him in a truck by himself, and he's going to a job site. And he came from the trades, so he knows, some of the challenges. But we have to have another inspector ride with him for months. So that then takes that inspector out of their area to perform inspections. So having new staff comes with inherent challenges with the efficiencies of our process. And then our software. I talked about that a little bit already, so I won't go into any more detail on it. Opportunities, and this is where I'm going to refer to Nina a little bit. The Wildland Urban Interface Code is something that comes up every single code adoption. Because we're not a fire department, we're not a fire district, there's 12 or 14 or however many districts in the county. It's up to the district to adopt and enforce the interface code. However, outside of districts, we're finding out with Jay Smith and Lucinda that we could adopt at least portions of the interface code outside of a district, which is the majority of the county. Population-wise, it's not the majority of the county, but area-wise, it's the majority of the county. So as we go through the 2024, which we just started, building code analysis, there's 2 things. We're going to be looking at that. We're also going to be looking at the hardening of structures through fire-resistive elements without being too costly. We always know that incorporating new code cycles and new technologies is expensive. We're also going to be analyzing the energy code, which is much more flexible this year, but it's much more complicated. So we are going to be looking at methods to identify that our builders can choose from. So we essentially will identify a number of prescriptive packages that are cost effective and efficient. And I say this, we're actually I say this because every time you adopt a code, it's 2.5% to 4% roughly nationally increases the cost of a home. We look to mitigate that and reduce it if we can, or keep the costs roughly the same as the current code. I jumped ahead a little bit. I do apologize for that. But that is an opportunity we're looking at. A threat, you've heard this from a number of departments, wildfire and post-wildfire flooding is a threat. We are at the front line of that with emergency management. Every time there's an event that happens, we are there working with the aggrieved people who lost their home to expedite getting their structure rebuilt. Now the short-term rental, just a real quick snapshot. We're running out of time here, but at $1,000, $250. How much is the fee now? I forgot. $250. Thank you. I was going to say $1,000. $250 fine, or fee for a short-term rental permit. Right about 1,000 of them. So that's 250,000 that we're bringing in off of that program. It is paying for itself. I talked a little bit about how we find them through that third-party software. Any questions on that?
No, and it sounds like we've got pretty good compliance on that. Last I heard was 90%. Is that correct? Higher? I love that.
Madam
great
Chair,
news.
I think it was 94, 96% last time we looked, mid-90s.
That's
yeah.
fabulous. Very good.
The software program is really neat. That
well,
we did a work session a year
you
ago, kind of
did.
showed you how it works.
You
It's a very efficient and effective software program.
And in terms of just complaints, can you give us an idea about how many complaints you may be receiving?
Yes, Madam Chair. So we just received another one recently, maybe one a month. We get related to short-term rentals. Often it's not actionable. It's there were a lot of people over at my neighbor's house. It was an STR last night. What we find, and I reported this to, I believe it was last year or in our last summary to the board on it, is that we reach out then and we generally achieve voluntary compliance. Folks aren't willing to risk going to battle with the county's code enforcement department because, they had a rowdy rental the night before. So we generally don't have a lot of repeat offenders. We've been very pleased at our successes as far as compliance goes, even with some of those problematic properties in the STR sphere. Do you have any follow-up questions?
No, I don't. That's great news, by the way. So
Thank you, ma'am.
it's doing what we wanted it to do. So it's wonderful news. Supervisor Ontiveros.
I wasn't here for the board presentation when you guys talked about the software, that the third-party AI software that tracks unreported STRs. How does that work? Like, you'd have to go into a lot of detail. Just the condensed version.
Supervisor Ontiveros, certainly. So that third party, and I'm gonna, based on my understanding of it, uses both staff and AI to scrape the web for relevant data, and this is coming from a lot of different sources. A lot of it's coming from the metadata underneath short-term rental sites themselves, like Vrbo and Airbnb. It's combining that data into an interface that we're able to then access, and it's using location data from things like Google Maps and the images posted by the operators themselves on online marketplaces, which we use to broadly refer to Vrbo, Airbnb, et cetera, to give us an idea, and a highly accurate idea usually, of where those properties are. So we're able to look at a map basically in quote unquote real time, sort of, and see color coded dots showing where these locations are, including an address, rental activity, et cetera. This takes vetting by staff on our end to some extent, hence the short-term rental code enforcement officer. And it takes a procedural follow-up on our end, of course, too. But in terms of accurately determining the locations and operational status of these STRs, I honestly don't know how this process would be possible without it. We've spoken with other jurisdictions at code enforcement meetings or conferences, and other jurisdictions' compliance rates are half of ours at best when they're not using tools like this at best.
City of Flag uses something very similar as well.
They just switched to the same thing as us.
Good.
On our
All
advice,
right, good,
actually, they just
good.
switched to the same product that we were using, which also happens to be one of the least expensive in the sphere because we don't use their tiered services. We handle most of it in-house, including permitting. Yes, ma'am.
That concludes the formal presentation, and any of us are open to any questions that you may have.
As always, first and foremost, thank you for being here. Really great to see you all. Most of you we work with quite a bit, so it's great to see you in person. And just a comment, community development truly is, customer service is so important. So many people, as you know, from all across the county, any permitting going on, it's all with your department. And there are a lot of people, quite frankly, that have no idea what they're doing, and they're coming to you all, and you're really having to, kind of educate them on the process. And I know it takes a tremendous amount of time and patience. So I want to thank you for that. And I appreciate the service that you're providing all across the county. And quite frankly, most of the time I hear positive things. There's a few things that have to do with some of those Wisconsin mounds that people aren't happy about, but other than that, most of the time the comments are very positive. A comment I want to make is, and it shows from the revenue notes, how important our renewable energy ordinance has been. And it has, in fact, promoted renewable energy, especially in our ranch lands. And it's obviously producing revenue for us here in Coconino County. So that is very good to see. And you feel like you're doing something good too, because you're also working on renewable energy products or projects that obviously work for the benefit of not only our county, but the state. So really appreciate that. Appreciate your presentation. I know we'll continue to have discussions on glamping, and I'm sure summer's coming, and so I'm sure we'll be talking about that soon. But I want to thank each and every one of you for your great service to Coconino County. So thanks.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I was hoping for more pictures of your cool project. I'm just kidding. No, it's really good to see what kind of projects were produced in this last year, and most importantly, the revenue generating projects that allow your department to bring money into the county, because that's so important. And the fact that you're doing so many tickets a day, that's pretty impressive. That's more than I would have thought. And so that's good. That's a good thing. And I'm curious, just like my colleague was saying about, it'll be interesting to see how those numbers are impacted over this next year as prices go up, as market instability hopefully doesn't, but continues. And so we're going to have to keep a thumb on the pulse. And so we're going to depend that from you guys to kind of let us know so that we can keep an eye on that. The other part I just wanted to comment on was the short-term rental ordinance and the compliance of it. That's really exciting to hear that it's working so well. We were concerned about that. And so, kudos to the team, good job, because it takes all of you to make that happen. And we're just so appreciative, because I used to get a lot of complaints about short-term rentals in the county, about big party houses and things like that. And I don't hear those as much. And it sounds like now I know why, because there's compliance, because now there's somebody who's directly responsible if one of those party houses goes off. And so that's good to hear. So good job, because that took a long time. I mean, it took over almost like a year to just get the ordinance. And then now to have this data to show that it's successful, that's good job for everybody. So thank you, all of you, for your hard work.
Thank you for that.
Other comments?
I have a question.
Supervisor Begay.
For county manager. Yes, the moving position funding from flood control. Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, these are positions that have historically been funded with the flood control district funds in community development, exactly for the activities that Jay had mentioned, both permitting, hydrology. It used a little history. Community development director was our flood control administrator many years ago, and really our duties of flood control during that time was flood control administration. It's certainly taken on a whole new life because we've had these natural disasters, emergencies, and so we've utilized the flood control district now in a much expanded and different capacity. So this is historical use of funding, right, Siri, in our early days of budget 20 years ago. And we believe it's still appropriate for these positions to be funded. The flood control administrator has recommended that we not fund those positions out of the flood control district. But I think it's like everything in our planning efforts, we need to look at a bridge or runway potential for that to be able to happen. But there is work being done by community development for those activities, and those activities are not being performed by the flood control district staff. So if you need further clarification, let me know. I know a lot of that history with that funding.
Okay, thank you. And then just thanking your staff. You guys gave a real good report with stats and all the stuff that you represented to the board here. So yeah, short-term rental, we had a lot of issues that we kept hearing about it, and we just kind of shooed out that way. But it's good, we all have to work together, on things like that to make things happen. And this is one area that I feel, that there was a lot of support from everyone and your staff for all their hard work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that very much.
Supervisor Entreveros.
You Chair. Well, now this is a department that I get. Like I actually get this department. And what I mean by that is for over 30 years, I'm trying to think, I may have been in every part of your department I'm trying to think of someplace I haven't been in your department. I mean, I've helped contribute to the permits that you're talking about, all of those, the inspections, environmental quality. I mean, I know what you guys do. And additionally, I sat on the other side of the counter while I was getting a conditional use permit. And then I sat on the reverse side of the dais as a planning and zoning commissioner. So I really have a pretty good knowledge of what you guys do, and you guys are busy, and it's a lot. And I will tell you, I will just speak personally, but we did have not hugely large project, but a fairly large project that came through. And I will tell you that the architect and the other people that were involved in that were very happy with the process of Coconino County. I mean, you guys hold the line, you do a good job. And I think it goes a lot, Jay, to what you were talking about, which is it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I appreciate the integrity that you guys have of holding, like really, really holding that standard and doing it in a manner where it's the least offensive way to people that it can be. And that's what I strive for when I was on P&Z as well, because that wasn't an easy place either. So I just want you to know that I very much appreciate what you guys do. I've seen it firsthand. You have planners that aren't here today, like, from that department that do a lot of really hard work, comprehensive plans, area plans, all of that stuff. You guys are one very, very busy department. So I appreciate you guys, and you know it. I've told you that privately, and I'll say it now publicly. Yeah. And I'm going to be giving you some more job security coming your way. So thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for that. I don't think you've been through our code enforcement process.
No, that's not true. Actually, that's not true, but that was before your time. When I say that I've been through everything, I have. I'm trying to think if there's anything there. Yeah. And there was a lot of change. Okay. I'm just going to, there was a lot of change, Jay, when you came on 12 years ago. So things are different now than they were. Like I've been involved in, 30 years as a business owner, and I've seen a lot. And things are different now today than they were 30 years ago. And I will say for the better. So thank you for the work you guys do and continue to do. And I know you'll continue to do it. So that's just who you guys are.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I've gone through code enforcement, but that's another matter. But one of the accomplishments that you did not, and this, Jess, really big shout out goes to Jess, but really to the whole group, is a comprehensive plan and your involvement in that. I know that's taken a tremendous amount of time. And I've seen Jess at many of the public meetings and community outreach. And we really appreciate that. I mean, it's important that we get as many people in our community involved in the direction and future of Coconino County. And you all are right there helping to do exactly that. And I know sometimes, most of the time takes place after 5, takes you away on your personal time and from your family and other events. So really appreciate it and appreciate all the work you do. So put that on your accomplishment list because that's pretty big.
Thank you for that very much.
Any other comments, questions? So thank you. Great job as always. So
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you all soon.
Whether you want to or not.
And thank you, Jay, for the bribe. Yeah.
Chair Horseman, members of the board, I think it's worthy of note, and it's not an accomplishment this year, but it continues to be an accomplishment. And that's the administration of the short-term rental program. And you remember the short-term rental ordinance and how much work, effort, blood, sweat, and tears even we put into that to ensure that we were utilizing state allowable statute to its fullest extent at the local level. And really, it's nice to see. I always like to see when the city of Flagstaff emulates us. And it makes sense. They should, Mark, because you've done a great job. So I think that's very much worthy of note.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
You know, I don't know, you remember this, Jay, but before the state prohibited the short-term rentals, we did. Remember, we went through the planning and zoning and we worked on an ordinance and we put a lot of hard work into that and it ended up being for naught. But even that was good, the work that Coconino County did just on that ground level before we found out that we couldn't do anything. So, I mean, it's been going on. This short-term rental thing has been going on for many years. Yeah. And I mean, we're doing good. We're doing what we can. That's the thing. We're doing what we can. So many years in the making.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ontiveros, that was in 2015 when we passed that rendition of the STR ordinance. And I think it was within 4 months. The state said we couldn't.
I remember that. And we were like, man, we put so much work into this, so much work, but it was still, but it was a good product. It really was. And I do remember that. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Really appreciate you. Well, we have the assessors in the house. I love to see that, as always. And of course, our elected assessor. And it's an unusual position being an elected representative of Coconino County, and then having to come to the board for budget oversight. But that's the way the statute works. And as always, we so appreciate everything you do and your office does, and really appreciate our close working relationship with the assessor's office and, you know, all the departments. And I know Siri and the treasurer's office, you all have to get together to get it done. And we really appreciate your work to do exactly that. So it's great to have you here. And as is normal, we turn this over to which one of you? Kim. And she'll give us what the management's recommendation is. And then we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, supervisors, and thanks our elected assessor Armando for being here, and for Casey as well. We just really appreciate our relationship with the assessor's office. First of all, I wanted to say that, and that as always, as we were going through this budget process and as they were meeting with us with the manager's office, we were able to have really good conversations about what their needs are, and as well as their understanding of what position we are in as we were trying to put together a recommendation. So I feel really fortunate, and I just want to say thank you to Armando and to Casey for their creative, some of their creative ideas. But if you turn to their tab, you will see that the assessor's office submitted an increment to make their limited term public service specialist a regular FTE at a recurring annual cost of $62,131. This position is recommended to be continued into the fiscal year 26 budget for 1 year through June 30, 2026, staying in line with what we had done with all of the positions. Certainly, I know Armando will speak to and maybe Casey or whoever, however the presentation is going in terms of the value of that position, and certainly the services that they deliver for the county in generating revenue for the county. This is recommended to be continued in this budget, as I said, and that partial funding is going to come from the budgeted department temporary wages and 10,000 in offsetting funds from the assessor's storage and retrieval fund. And additionally, the department is receiving the CPI, the 5% CPI operating adjustment, and they're also receiving the motor pool adjustment, which hopefully will really help their department, because as we were meeting with departments, I just have to share this, we were hearing about their vehicles and one of them not having the funding to pay to fix a transmission. And so that was one of the other pieces as we all sat down and said, we got to figure out a plan for how do we address this across the county departmentally so that we can make sure that our staff have the tools to do the jobs that they need to do. So with that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to Armando. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Armando Reese, the Coconino County Assessor. Again, thank you for having us. I'm also joined by Casey Dorman, our Chief Deputy. And then also, there's probably some staff members also online watching. I really encourage staff to be involved and engaged in the budget process so they can hear what, again, the things that we've accomplished and also the things that we're talking about that have impacts to our team. And so just thanking them for their engagement as well. So yes, I do get the opportunity to work with many of you, and not all of you in this room, and many others across the county. A lot of the work that the assessor does is quietly and kind of behind the scenes, but it has obviously tremendous impact to many organizations, not just the county, but taxing jurisdictions, property owners, and other county departments as well. So as you know, the assessor's office is a statutory office responsible for locating, identifying, and valuing all taxable property within the county. What I like to say is that we are not responsible for taxes, but we are responsible for creating the property tax roll. So that property tax roll is used by all taxing jurisdictions across the county to levy their property tax. And it's also used in the tax collection and distribution process, that when we create that property tax roll, we provide it to the treasurer to begin that next stage of the process. So we create the property tax roll through a variety of processes and lots of data collected and created using our CAMA system, which is a computer-assisted mass appraisal software. So it's really the kind of the brains and core of all the information that we gather, we place into this CAMA system, and it helps us with our statutory processes. But just to kind of paint a little bit of an overview of what the assessor's office does, is the assessor's office is responsible for determining what property is taxable and what property is not taxable. We're responsible for who is responsible for the tax based on the ownership or who is in possession of the property. We set the value that will be used to calculate the property tax based on property attributes and some of the law requirements. So you think about like what goes into how a property is valued. You look at the size, location, the building materials of things that are being used to construct those buildings. And so we take all of those and we gather a lot of that information for our valuation process. And then we also determine, or at least set the level of assessment based on how the property is used. And so that is set by the legislature, but we have to group properties by whether they're commercially used, residentially used, vacant land, and each of those categories have sub-properties. So vacant land could be just vacant land, but it could also be agricultural property as well. Residential could be long-term rental, short-term rental, primary residences. And so we classify those properties based on those distinct uses. We also determine where the tax bill is mailed. And so part of the account maintenance is, again, identifying who the owner is, where they're located, and where they want correspondence. And so as we create that property tax roll, that's a lot of the critical information that we do pass on for the next part of the process. And then we establish who receives the property tax revenue based on where the property is located. And so part of our role is to assign what was called the tax area code. So where the tax area code are the district boundaries. What are all the taxing jurisdictions that are encompassed within that boundary? And what is the tax rates associated with those tax area within those jurisdictions within that specific tax area code? So based on the location of the property, we have to make that assignment of that tax area code so that the taxes can be collected and distributed to the right people. So the assessor's office maintains over 86,000 property accounts, and we update the valuation on those properties annually. And so that's a big lift, obviously, and it is a struggle to get it all done, but we have been successful. And again, just want to give kudos to the team, because our amazing team are dedicated public servants who work diligently to ensure that we are meeting those statutory requirements, and all this work is being accomplished. And so again, we want to thank the team. We're so thankful for what they do and for what each of them contribute so that we can be successful and we can share some of the accomplishments that we have to share today. So the assessor's office is made up of 28 FTEs, including the limited term position and Casey and myself, which are working members of the team. And each person is responsible for a specific area of expertise. And so what I wanted to kind of explain a little bit more is about, we talk a lot about appraisers. We have appraisers in our office who are certified, who do appraisal work. But within each of those appraisal teams has an area of focus for the property type they are responsible for valuing and maintaining. So for example, we have personal property appraisers who are responsible for valuing the likes of like manufactured homes, business personal property equipment, and they have completely different roles than an appraiser who values residential property. And that's because the processes, the laws, and the time frames for valuing that type of property are completely different. The same is true from our administrative side. And we'll talk about the two different programs within the assessor's office. But our administrative operations team is directly responsible for customer service as one of their primary roles. So yes, they answer phones, they help our customers, but they're also responsible for technical processes that are specific to the assessor's office. So such as individual and organizational statutory exemptions. So individuals can apply for property tax relief programs. We also apply exemptions for organizations such as nonprofits and religious organizations. And so those are an annual application process for most of those categories. And so this specific team processes those as one example, which no other team on the assessor office within the assessor's office does. And so again, each team has a little bit of a specialty or expertise that they bring to the makeup of the assessor's office. And then just to kind of point out, as you can see, we are majority fully staffed, which is great news. Something that we've been reporting on in the past, and something certainly that we have been working on as well. And so we did have a recent vacancy, and then we are continuing to look at the appraisal manager position as one of those critical positions in our office and how that impacts our operations. But so far the team has done well in stepping up and in picking up some of those additional responsibilities. And we've been able to, again, meet those statutory responsibilities. One of the interesting things that I had noticed when looking at our team makeup is that currently 60% of our team have been with our office for 6 years or less. So it's a fairly new team in a sense. And so when I look back at some of the efforts that we're putting into our department, a lot of it has to do with training and knowledge growth. And so we're really putting a lot of time and effort into ensuring that our team is being trained and receiving those opportunities for growth. And I know in the past, I've had the opportunity to talk about some of the programming that we do in our office, specifically in the assessor's office, in regards to a hire, train, grow program, which essentially is an opportunity for us to bring people in with the correct skill sets and train them and provide a career path so that they see the opportunities with the assessor's office long term. And so I think that is being successful, and we'll talk a little bit about what that means to get to that the first couple parts of that process. And then it really comes on the responsibility of the assessor's department to further that education, to further that training beyond what the Arizona Department of Revenue provides. And so I'll talk a little bit more about what they may look like in the future. So I did include this information in the budget documents as part of the department overview. But again, I just wanted to highlight the two programs that we have within the assessor's office, the teams that are associated with each program, and some of the typical activities that you see for each of the programs. And so we do have a very kind of simplified programs where we just have administration and appraisal, but within those programs, there are specific teams assigned to those programs. And so again, on the administrative side, you do have Casey and myself as the assessor and chief deputy, got our systems administration, property title and cartography, and then our administrative support team or admin operations team, as we like to call them. And so again, each of us kind of have a role in this statutory process, and there is a relationship between the two teams or two programs that we work collectively to achieve a common goal. And so we can't obviously operate as an assessor's office with just an appraisal team or just an administrative team. We actually have to work together to accomplish our mandate. One of the activities I did forget to include in the administrative teams is the workflow initiation. And it's something I do like to bring up quite often, but we are a paperless office, and we have been for over a decade. And that's kudos to even my predecessors who were part of that process. And so everything that comes through the door at the assessor's office is digitized and put into a workflow and distributed to the correct team or team member so that we internally can keep track of where that task is in the process and ensure that it's followed up on and completed. And again, want to give kudos to our admin operations team because they're the ones responsible for that initial intake, digitizing and making sure it gets into the right workflow and into the team that needs to work it. Again, each team works hand in hand, so the end result, which is that property tax roll, is completed on time. We have statutory deadlines that we have to meet, and also that it's accurate and equitable. So we can't just put it together. We need to make sure that it's done correctly. And so we do that every single year. And then just want to highlight the importance. There are downstream impacts to the work that we do, just like all of us. The impacts are to the treasurer's office. Again, we pass that role to them to begin that collection process. To each property owner who's being assessed. So each property owner is being assessed based on the information that's collected by my team, and that information is being used to calculate what they're paying in taxes. So that has a huge impact on individuals. And then, of course, the taxing jurisdictions. Taxing jurisdictions use our assessment data to determine their property tax revenue, and in turn, they use it to provide services to our communities. And so, I saw that it was reported recently in an early May presentation to the board that 4 out of the top 10 revenue sources for the county are some sort of property tax. And so that is compounded across the entire county because each taxing jurisdiction also has that revenue source that they use to provide services. That could be fire services or other municipal services that we see. And again, any jurisdiction that levies a property tax uses the assessment data to do that. All right, so we get to talk about some accomplishments. So again, just want to give kudos to the team because they work incredibly hard to help us meet and be successful with our mandates. We have over 100 statutory deadlines that we have to meet in a calendar year. So when I talk about being, deadline driven, data driven with many deadlines, this is what we're talking about. We have a weekly meeting with our leadership team, and one of the things that we do on a weekly basis is look at our statutory calendar. What do we have coming up? What do we have to prepare for? And so that we can help lead the teams to meet these deadlines. And in many instances, there's overlapping deadlines. And so one team may have multiple deadlines or maybe overlapping with another team who has another deadline. There's a lot of coordination in terms of meeting those statutory requirements. But then also, we continue to receive the highest marks from the Arizona Department of Revenue, who audits our annual revaluation process of the entire county. And they ensure that we're meeting our statutory compliances. And that is, again, a big accomplishment, and kudos to the team for the work that they do to meet that. And then I just wanted to quickly highlight some of the certification accomplishments as well. So in this last fiscal year, we had 3 appraisers who received their level 1 appraisal certification and 3 appraisers who received their level 2 certification. And I'm 100% confident that we'll actually have 2 more appraisers who are going to receive their level 2 certification by June of this year as well. So that is a lot of work. And again, there's several hours of coursework that they have to do in addition to tests after each class that they have to take. And so really impressed with this group and how well they're working through this certification process, which is a requirement of the state. So we cannot send people into the field without this certification. The law says that, and so this is part of something that we have to provide or actually facilitate to ensure that our appraisers are being certified so they can do the tasks associated with the specific certification. The certification process takes at a minimum 2.5 to 3 years from hiring as an apprentice to completing the level 2 certification. And so there is some ramp up that's associated with when we hire someone. We have to do that internal training, and we have to send them to class, and that's dictated based on when the classes are being held. And so it takes time for us to build up that knowledge for the appraisers to work through that process and receive that level 2 certification. Currently, the level 2 certification is the highest level of courses offered by the state. And then there's further opportunities that we have to advance beyond that level 2. But then again, that falls on us as an assessor's department to seek out those opportunities and start working on those. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight that in the last 5 years, we have seen 12 individual promotions, so 42% of our staff. And this is either from individuals completing coursework to gain their next level of certification, or it's promoting up into a more complex position. So just seeking and applying for the open positions and moving up. So again, I just think this goes to show how eager the team is for learning and growing. So in the partnership highlights, I wanted to highlight a couple of bills that we've been successful at the legislature with. We had 2 statewide bills that were drafted by our office and signed by the governor in partnership with the State Assessors Association and ACO. So the first bill is House Bill 2408, which provides assessment relief specifically for property owners who lose their homes due to a natural disaster. And so obviously we are no stranger to this. And so I worked very closely with my team in kind of understanding some of the challenges that we saw with our most recent fires and floods, and specifically with how the current laws were written. And so we did draft some changes and brought those to the legislature's attention. And thankfully, those were passed in 2024. And basically, the new laws give the assessor the tools to be proactive in these instances. I'm going to make some technical changes for individuals and how those individual properties are valued. And so essentially what this is doing is providing property owners with a 5-year window after destruction to work through the rebuild process without any additional property tax increases or assessment changes, because the property is going from, say, residential that's assessed at 10% versus vacant land that's assessed at 15%. And so in some instances, we saw people lose their homes, but the value that's used to calculate a property tax goes up, which again did not make sense to us. And so we suggested these changes, and we were successful in getting that accomplished. So we are in the process of creating some online resources to help property owners understand some of the impacts of these changes and how this may work. And so that's something that me and my team are working on right now. And we'll let you know when that resource is out there so you can share it with your community members. The second bill, SB 1122, was just signed by the governor on March 31st. And so we're very excited about this as well. And this will go into effect on the general effective date, which is about 90 days after session closes. So, potentially around the September timeframe of this year. But this bill is another technical change impacting individuals that apply for the statewide property tax relief programs. And so I mentioned that we have property tax relief programs for widowers, individuals with 100% disability, and veterans with disability. And so there is a valuation cap requirement when individuals apply for these programs. And what we were noticing is that the current calculation was capping that value too low, specifically for areas like Coconino County, where our values are higher than other places in the state. And so it was becoming a pretty significant barrier for individuals to qualify for these programs that provide a little bit of tax relief. These are individuals who are on a limited income. And so again, these are some of our most vulnerable population in our county who are being taxed out of their homes. And so we were successful in making this technical change and impacting how that valuation cap is calculated to account for appreciation. And again, we have individuals who have been in their homes for several years, and they're not looking to sell their house. They're just trying to live in it, but their value has gone up so much because of the activity, the real estate activity happening in their neighborhood, that their value continues to go up as well. And so that was having a negative impact on qualifying for these individual exemption programs. And then I just want to give a quick shout out to a few individuals as well as part of some of the community workshops that we were able to put on last year. And so I wanted to shout out Becky Reed and Madison Thompson from the Page Community Center, Debbie Winlock from the Page Public Library, Gabby Short from our Josie Montoya Community Center, and Tara Lowe from the Williams Senior Center, who in partnership helped us put on a series of community educational workshops that throughout different regions of the county last year. And last year's focus was on the individual property tax relief programs because we did want to get feedback from the community on the challenges that they were having. And so we were able to take the information from those conversations and really bring those into the table through the legislative process and really helped us drive passing that SB 1122. And then, as was mentioned before, that part of our task or role is to go out into the field and inspect properties, and we have a small fleet of vehicles to do that. For whatever reason, we had one vehicle that has just been continually giving us headache, and finally died. There's nothing we could do about it. It must have been a dud, but it finally died. And so we were down one vehicle. And so, Christopher Tressler from Public Works had reached out and was really trying to help problem solve that situation so that we can get an operational vehicle. And then the team from Mechanical Services, Jack Panico and Ray Garcia and Javier Salazar, like they all stepped up to help us with this challenge that we were having. And so again, just want to say thank you to them for being great partners and really working through us. And again, I know the conversation circled through county manager's office, and I'm sure others, because it was like, what is going on? But we were just so thankful for everyone's involvement in that and really helping us come up with a great solution. So again, just want to say thank you to them. We did do a SWOT analysis. And I think this kind of probably ties into a lot of the information that I'm sharing today. But, again, our strength, I think, is we are resilient and adaptable and collaborative. We have a resilient, adaptable, and collaborative team culture. And that really shows through the work that we accomplish, how our teams operate and function together. And again, we couldn't accomplish what we do without that. And so really appreciate the leadership in the assessor's office and also the team members who, again, are buying into this culture and so really contributing to an awesome place to work. I like Jay's adaptation to awareness versus weakness. I think I'm going to adopt that going forward. But we are aware of a few things, obviously. And part of that awareness is understanding the increased loss of institutional knowledge and experience. So just as community development had kind of expressed, we also see, we have seen retirements and relocations. Relocations is probably the second biggest challenge that we have because it's a very difficult place to stay, to live. It's very, very expensive. So we have unfortunately lost individuals due to relocations. But part of that, again, I talked about 60% of our staff being fairly new is what our opportunity is. We have developing leaders with opportunities for growth. And again, the team is stepping up. You're seeing how much they are investing in their own career path by taking on the responsibility of going to class and engaging in the materials and passing the courses. In addition to individuals who are willing to step up into a more complex role. Yes, probably, money is a factor sometimes. Making more money is also a great thing, but they understand and knows it comes with more responsibility as well. And they're stepping in and they're stepping up into that challenge as well. And then finally, the threat that I feel that we have is the inability to meet the higher demands. Again, you saw in the previous presentation, permitting is up. And that is one of the pipelines of work that we receive and from, amongst many others. But that is a challenge and also reduction in service levels. We have had to make some strategic choices to reduce service levels in the last 5 years. Part of that was because of COVID. Part of that was because of staffing. Again, staffing has been a challenge. And so because we have statutory responsibilities, that is usually our primary focus. And so what I like to say is that in our processes, we have things that we have to do because they're mandated. There are things that we should do because they're best practices. We have an organization called the International Association of Assessing Officers that provides us with guidance as to the things that we should do as best practices. And then there's the things that we'd like to do, the projects and the outreach that we want to do as an organization. And unfortunately, over the last several years, we've only had the capacity or primarily had the capacity to focus on the things we have to do. And so we want to be able to build up our ability to do those, again, best practices, but also work on some of those other projects that we want to do as well, just like we all do. And so let me just kind of give an example of this. This is the permitting workflow within the assessor's office, and obviously just one metric that we track, but I'm using this because I think permits are easy to understand, and obviously following a great presentation by community development, That was definitely something that ties into the conversation. But as you know, we receive building permits from every permitting entity in the county. So from Coconino County, from City of Flagstaff, Williams, Page, Sedona, and our small communities as well. And so these permits represent physical changes to individual properties that the assessor is responsible for timely capturing as part of that locate, identify, and value mandates. And so this, again, is a pipeline of work for us in the assessor's office. So just to kind of get some context here, the graph on the left represents the number of new permits that we receive through the door, which is indicated by the white line. The number of permits we complete through inspections, which is that black line by month. So you'll see January through December. And so at the end of each month, there is a net change of permits left in the permitting queue that needs to be worked. And that's the line graph at the very top. So in January, we start off with 6,375 permits. In January, we received 474 permits, but we also actively worked 249 for the month of January. At the end of 2024, we had a net change of negative 266 permits. So we made a little bit of headway in the workflow. And I know that my team was incredibly ecstatic they had made some progress because that's something that they're continually focusing on. But my overall concern is the trends that are shown on the right graph, which is the number of permits remaining in the queue and increasing year over year. So looking back from 2015 all the way up to 2023 and 2024, you can see that number is continually growing. And so for me, that tells me that we are unable to keep up in this current area for our current level of staffing. But again, we try to focus on the positive, and I'll circle back to that we are a resilient, adaptable, and collaborative team. And so again, I know my team is going to push forward and continue working on this. But I believe it's important that I continue to work with you all as the Board of Supervisors on potential solutions and a strategic plan so we can begin addressing this. Again, what that represents is properties not being assessed in a timely manner and potentially revenue left on the table because we did not get out there to get it on the tax roll. So for this, I just wanted to reference a few things in the budget overview document that I believe everyone received. And I'll quickly start on page 3, which kind of gives a high level overview of our department. Kim's throwing things at me already. I'm sorry. Right.
I'm glad somebody else gets to see this.
Oh, so the assessor's office is made up of a $2.5 million operating budget. 95% of that is allocated towards personnel costs. Our general operations is about $98,000. And of that, we pay about $56,000 or 57% for required statutory printing and postage costs for annual notices. So as I mentioned, we have 84,000 properties that we have to annually notice every single year. So there's a significant cost there, and that's definitely going to be an area of focus for me in the coming years to how to reduce that cost, whether we can explore electronic notices or the like to begin reducing, because we know postage is going up, cost of goods and services is going up, and this continually is a drain on our resources and our general operations budget. The rest of our general operations budget, we buy pencils, calculators, and tape measures. I mean, that's basically all we buy. Joking, but that's a big part of what we do as well. And then again, just it was mentioned before, but I do want to recognize Siri and the budget team as well, because that CPI is such an incredible help to us in our operating budget, specifically when it comes to mechanical services and the fees associated with that. Again, cost of goods and services is up We do have a mini fleet that we have to maintain so appraisers can go out to the field. New vehicle costs are up, and hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed, they're all mechanically functional. We don't have to worry about repairs. But again, I think the solutions that the finance team and Sari brought forward were incredible, and we really want to thank them for their thoughtfulness in that, because that will be a big help for us going into the next fiscal year. And then our travel budget is primarily for those appraisal certifications that we were talking about. On average, it costs about $5,000 for a single appraiser for one of the classes. So times it by 2 when they have to go through level 1 and level 2. And the primary reason for that is that we have to ship off the appraisers to Phoenix, where the classes are being held by the Arizona Department of Revenue. So it's not necessarily the fees for the classes, but more the travel to get to the classes. And so again, that cost has gone up, but thankfully,
Can't they do that training online?
you know, we attempted to collaborate with the Department of Revenue through COVID to create an online program. And I think some of the challenges that they learned through that is that they did do it, but they learned that it was difficult for students to comprehend the concepts without having a physical classroom and that opportunity to have one-on-one engagement with students. And so some students excelled at it. They had no problem passing the classes, and then some struggled with it. So I'm sure it has to do with staffing and resources with the Department of Revenue, because they also report that they would have to develop an online curriculum and, of course, technology associated with it to put it on. But again, it's something that I would encourage the Department of Revenue to explore. I think it would be a great option to have. But I was mentioning, we do have a special revenue fund that we are able to utilize for technology and ongoing technology and training needs. And that is something that we continually tap into, and we will continue to tap into in the future with the Hire, Train, Grow program to provide training beyond that level 2 certification. And then I guess as of just another note that I have here in regards on page 2, you can see in the general fund operating expense trends for operating, that delta is closing pretty quickly. And again, just kind of make mention of that. You can see where, the actual versus budgeted is. And part of that is well, the majority of that is due to the cost of goods and services. Everything that we have to purchase has gone up. And so again, we've had to find creative ways to make sure that we're, continuing to account for that. And then lastly, I guess in this document, just an FTE snapshot. Again, just really kudos to finance for putting this information together, because I think it's helpful to look at historical data and trends. We do that on a daily basis. We look at data all day, right? And so looking at the FTE snapshot, I mean, you can see that from FY16 to FY25, there's been a one position change over that. And interestingly, if you go back one more fiscal year, we actually had 27 FTEs in FY15. So it's just been flat for the last 10 years. And again, I know that many departments are experiencing the same thing. And the thing I want to make mention of is that, all our jobs are getting more complex. And we in the assessor's office have been creative, and we've reorganized a couple times, because I think Jay mentioned that sometimes the work comes in differently. Like, it's not the same as it was the year before. And so we also have to make adjustments for the workloads. And so we have reorganized a couple times to say, hey, this area of our business is slowing down. This is picking up. And so let's make some adjustments. And we've done that a couple of times already. And we're to the point where we're just like, okay, we need additional resources. I think we've done everything we can in terms of being efficient and creating efficiencies through our teams. And so, as was mentioned, we did ask, as part of our increment request, we did ask for our public service specialist FTE. That's a very important part of what we do. And historically, we have asked for an appraiser position as well. Again, looking at that relationship between the administrative side and the appraisal side, it makes sense that those two pieces will work together. But we did prioritize our public service specialist as our highest priority this year, because it is currently filled. And we don't want to lose this individual or, the time that we have taken to train the individual as well. And so obviously that is a big factor as well. But we do have an amazing individual in this position. We're thankful for the suggestions to extend that for one more year. Obviously, the ultimate goal would be to make that permanent going forward because it addresses basic statutory requirements. But again, we understand the global impact of everything that's happening in the budget process. And so we do want to be good partners and understand that we can also play a factor into that. And we did offer the $30,000 from our own department funding to ensure that position is funded for one more year. Before I move forward, is there any questions regarding the financials or the increment requests?
I don't have anybody else. Looks like, please proceed.
So with that, in closing, I just want to kind of, again, share some of the core beliefs that we have in the assessor's office is constant improvement and good public service. And so that drives a lot of the things that we do. And so some of the things that we are continually working on is that community partnership and outreach and education. We want to be transparent about what the assessor's office does and how it impacts individuals and property taxes. And sometimes that concept is a little bit difficult to understand. Sometimes I have to step back and say, what is it that we do? And so if I am still learning, as we all are, I definitely want to provide that opportunity for the public and continue educating about what we do. And so that is one of our highest priorities. We have tried to explore technology. Again, sometimes efficiencies can be created through technology that has a cost associated with it, but there's sometimes a great return on investment with that too. And so we are continually looking at those opportunities. We want to increase availability of virtual and accessibility of countywide services. Again, we live in the second largest county in the continental United States, and we have such large, and vast and, separated communities that we have to all serve and provide attention to. And so we want to make sure that we're providing those services in an equitable way, whether they're in-person or virtual opportunities. And then part of what we do is creating equity and accuracy in our role. So again, making sure that the work product that we're producing, that property tax roll, is accurate, making sure that we're timely picking up changes, making sure that we have the correct ownership and the mailing addresses, and all those components that go into it. And then again, professional education development for our staff. It's so important that we continue to grow our team, their knowledge and their expertise, so that we can continue to be leaders in the state.
And Rondo, your strategy for growing, the moniker is
Hire, train, grow.
hire, train, grow. It's paid off well. I just want to say real quick, Armando is a consummate team player, and he says we try to be a team player. Well, there is no try, there's only do, and they are. Just want to thank them for that. Sometimes when you are the consummate team player, it's hard, sometimes hard to be heard. We talked about that. Armando and I have talked about that, and just really appreciate the frank, open, honest conversations that we have.
And I'm going to say, like, hire, train, grow, and retain,
That's right.
especially because, you do need those certifications, and that does take time and money. So, we get that, and certainly appreciate the high quality of services you're able to provide all across this diverse and massive county. So thank you so much. Other comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Just a comment, I feel like over the years, I've been in every department, in Coconino County. And there was an instance when I was in your department as well. And I will tell you the same thing that I told Jay. It was excellent service, very professional, a lot of help, holding the standards, like literally the compliment that I gave Jay goes to your office and my experience there as well. And I just wanted to thank you for your legislative efforts. That was very helpful to people. And I just want you to say you saw it, you guys put out the effort to do it. And I'm sure that took quite a bit of time. Am I correct? Yeah. But thank you for doing it, because there's a lot of people, I'm sure, that benefited from what you did. So thank you for that. And always, you guys do have a big job to do. And I appreciate what you guys do on behalf of Coconino County, and I'm very happy to work with you. And please pass that on to the rest of your team.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else? Supervisor Vasquez?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see how you're integrating technology into what you're doing to streamline things. And it's so good that you have fully staffed. I remember the conversation a couple of years ago when that wasn't the case. So it's good to hear. And, you know, the role of the assessor is so important to help establish our property tax and whatnot for our revenues. And so thank you to you and your crew for everything you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay?
Thank you, Armando and you and your staff. I'm glad that, you know, you're really looking at a position, you know, to kind of help, you know, your department. And there's the more reason why I was thinking about the stats and how much workload that you may have, you know, with numbers and stuff like that. That really tells you a lot. And we certainly don't want to overwork our staff. And, you know, it leads to health issues at times, sometimes. So things like that happen. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you and your staff do, and getting information out, and being a team player with and being part of partnerships with others. And so certainly staff training is very, very important too. And then the promotion aspect of the one you mentioned within your department, that's something that I hope to have every department do. We have people that probably were in these positions for a number of years and haven't been promoted or given the opportunity to get more education or whatever, just to get into those capacities. But I really like the way you're operating your ship. So thank you so much for all the work that you and your staff do.
And a special shout out to, I'm glad you mentioned that, just the legislative successes, really important. And especially during our time of our fires and floods, and really rise up and try to do something to help. And I know it was much appreciated. Now it's going to be appreciated all across the state. So appreciate that. Appreciate your vision on that. All right. I think that is it. And I want to thank you for being here, and great to see you. And thanks for all you do. We ready? Can we go forward? Members, everybody okay? Good. If the team's okay up here, we're ready to move forward, and we want to thank the Recorder's Office, another elected official joining us, and really appreciate Aubrey and her staff. I hope she'll introduce them and hear what little bit of what's going on with the Recorder's Office. And I know Aubrey is our newly elected recorder, so this is her first time going through budget, and again, appreciate everything you're doing. I think to start us out, we are going to turn it over to Kim. Kim, it's your day today, isn't it?
Part of it. It'll be Erica's turn next.
All right. And Kim is going to make a presentation on the recommendation of county manager. Then we look forward to hearing from you and hearing you introduce your staff. So
great. Thank you, Chair Horseman, supervisors. Thank you to Recorder Sandra Regger for being here. I have the pleasure to introduce the Recorder's Office. And I just want to say it's been really great getting to know Aubrey and working with her and her team with the manager's office, and really kind of understanding what vision Aubrey is setting forward for the office. And so it has really resulted in some really good discussions, not just about the budget, but also about their service delivery. And so with that, I just want to jump into what the manager's recommendation is with regard to their budget request. The Recorder's Office submitted income rent requests for the state special election associated voter expenses that were recommended for fiscal year 26. Running a fair and transparent election continues to be, of course, a critical outcome for the county each year, and we do it very well. And we want to make sure that that continues, and that Aubrey's office has the resources to do that. The Recorder's Office role in the process, as we know, is integral to its success. And so, of course, that is part of the recommendation. Also, funding for the special election, just for the board's awareness, will be appropriated in the budget and allocated out as specific needs arise and are requested for funding from the recorder's office. Additionally, the department is also receiving the CPI operating adjustment, which for the recorder's office amounts to about $12,300. And they're also going to benefit from centralizing the general fund motor pool repairs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our recorder.
Hey, hi, everybody. Am I standing close enough to the microphone? Okay. This is my first big formal presentation since being in office, so forgive the nerves if they're a little bit. It has been a roller coaster of the last 4 months, but I am really enjoying the office. We've done a lot of good work. I am excited at what you guys have approved for us to be continuing to do the work, and I'm really looking forward to my first election that I get to run. We do run all the voter registration and all the early voting in our office, and so the majority of our elections does run through the recorder's office, and it is a huge responsibility and a great honor to be doing that. I am going to have my two managers of the two sides of the office present their sides of the office for you guys, and then I will talk a little bit about the bigger overview of what we're looking at for the next year. So without further ado, I'm going to have Alicia come on up and talk about the mission statement. All right. Next slide. Ooh, and I have clicker. Here we go. Clicker. All right. Next year, I'm going to make this less cumbersome. But the Coconino County Recorder's Office is committed to providing courteous and efficient customer service while recording, preserving, and retrieving public records, as well as maintaining accurate voter records and early voting procedures to ensure that our areas of responsibility for elections are conducted in a secure, statutorily compliant, and accurate manner. We are consistently striving to maintain the public's trust and confidence in our elections and to improve our office's service to our citizens. There we go. Now it's Alicia's turn.
Hi, I'm Alicia Henry. I am the recording manager. And so our division, we maintain the public record of statutorily required documents accepted for recording. Can you hear me okay? Our services are offered in person, by phone, and online. We record documents either in person, by mail, or electronically through our e-recording vendors. Our goals for the next fiscal year will be to continue scanning all of our historical books with our book scanner. I don't know if you guys remember, but last year we obtained a book scanner, and so we're currently processing all of the books in our vault. We're about almost a third of the way through so far, so slow and steady, and those will all be available for viewing online to make researching easier for our constituents. Also, we plan on increasing the number of customers who use our newly implemented recording notification system. That is a free system that allows homeowners and landowners to be notified when a name is recorded, a document is recorded in a name that matches theirs. So this will notify people if a document has been recorded that they weren't expecting to be recorded. And then we're going to continue.
And we want you to come and basically talk about
I
that.
would love to.
And I think we should get that information out within our website too. I think
would love
that's
to.
really important. So yes, exciting. Please
Yes.
continue.
And then we're also continuing our microfilm digitization project. So we have documents that are not available online that we do have available only on microfiche, and it's hard for our customers to view them. So they're currently getting digitized and will be available for purchase on our brand new self-service website. So we also have updated our website to allow constituents to buy copies and certified copies of recorded documents. So it's going to be quicker and more efficient for our customers. And so some of our accomplishments, we hired a new archives technician, and with her, we have completed scanning over 30,000 pages. And this is an old slide, but we have updated to like 120 historical index books. And we have successfully digitized and indexed 403 rolls of microfilm. So those will all be available on our website. And I look forward to talking to you about recording notification. All right, my turn. Good afternoon, Chair Horseman and members of the board. I am Donna Kasner, the Chief Deputy Recorder, and I'm here to talk about the Voter Services Division of our department. It's responsible for maintaining the official registry of voters for Coconino County and conducting all early voting and vote by mail activities during election times. And that equates to about 80 to 85% of our voting population. So we definitely have a big bulk of the election time work. The division is also responsible for signature verification for initiatives, referendums, and if there's a new political party petition. And if a candidate nomination petition is challenged, we have to check those signatures as well. In-person voter registration services are provided year-round at our Flagstaff and Tuba City offices, and voters may also register by mail or online. And then during election periods, the early voting services are provided in person at our downtown Flagstaff office. And then we also have a Flagstaff Mall office next to JCPenney, our Tuba City office, and then we also expand to the city and town offices. We have a partnership with the city and town clerks throughout the county to provide those early voting services. And we also provide voter registration and early voting at our mobile service sites on the Navajo and Hopi reservations during election times. And here's a picture of our trailer. Our goals and objectives, they always kind of revolve around successfully conducting elections. Now in November of this year, we are still eyeing the possibility of either a state special election or now it sounds like we might have a countywide election for the Coconino Community College. So one way or another, we will likely have a countywide election in November that we will need funding for. And also our accomplishments last year, it seems like so far away from now, but you know, the July 30th primary election and November 5th general election all happened in FY25, and we facilitated 8 early voting locations and 17 ballot drop boxes across the county, as well as, like I said before, our mobile voting sites on the Navajo and Hopi reservations for each election. And we hope to continue that for future elections. And then I'll also talk a little bit about the County Mail Center. Elta Foster is here as well, and she runs it along with Vicki Yazzie. The County Mail Center is responsible for processing all of the county's inbound and outbound U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, and UPS letters and parcels. And our in-person mail services are provided to the county departments at our downtown Flagstaff location. The County Mail Center is a part of the Recorder's Office umbrella. And here's our org chart. It's a little hard to see, but I am happy to report that we are fully staffed right now. Elta is retiring next month, but we do already have someone hired for that position that we're going to bring on in a couple weeks. So we are good to go with staffing right now. And I am going to give it back to Aubrey to talk about our current challenges. Did you have any questions?
Any questions? I know we'll have some comments here at the end, but
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia and Donna. I would not have been able to step into this office without the immense amount of support that they have both provided in the last few months. Our current challenges. So we have election legislation and litigation, both state and federal, that we are always monitoring. There's a lot going through our legislation right now that would affect our voting system. If anything were to come into law, there are potential changes to procedures, and those often cost money if we have to change the way we're doing things. The documentary proof of citizenship, this is a very complicated and niche issue. I know there are a couple of folks on our board of supervisors that we've had to send a letter to. Through no fault of their own, they are caught up in this particular problem. We have been sending letters. We finished sending letters, I want to say a month and a half ago, roughly. We will be starting phone calls and emails to those folks that we did not get in touch with, but essentially these are folks whose driver's license did not actually have proof of citizenship tied to it, and they are registered voters that don't have that proof of citizenship that way. I am very proud of my staff. We are the first county that took any action to notify our voters that are in this situation. We are well ahead of the curve across the state in addressing this for our voters, and are continuing to be proactive. There is a request for an attorney general opinion out there right now, which may change what we have to do for our voters. But right now, we have not changed anybody's voting status. There is, of course, uncertainty in our markets and in our economy right now that may affect the income that comes through our recording services with new sales and title changes. Slowdown in home sales will affect the income in the recorder's side of the office. New programs coming from Secretary of State. There are a few new programs for our overseas voters that may require some in order to increase the voter experience, it may have a price tag tied to it. So we may be looking at more expenditure in order to implement the system that the Secretary of State is handing down right now. There is always mis and disinformation. For example, all of the counties settled a lawsuit a month or two ago, and Fox News and Carrie Lake got a hold of that settlement and spread a lot of disinformation. I have been spending time talking to reporters about what has actually happened with that settlement, and that we are not removing voters from our voter roll in regards to that settlement. I am also working really hard on improving our outreach and education efforts through social media, and hopefully some other events where we can get out in the community and make sure that people are getting the correct information about their voting systems. And finally, we've got providing proper translation materials and services. This is always a tricky thing. Navajo language is primarily a spoken language. Hopi language has many different dialects. One of the smaller wish list increment requests that we had asked for was a Hopi translator to be brought on to start helping us build a dictionary for the Hopi language. And we will see what we can do. We will incorporate that, of course, for the individual elections. We will translate in Hopi, Navajo, but hopefully we will get a chance to start building a dictionary so that that workload is a little bit lighter. And our current strengths. We are fully staffed and operational. There's been a large transition. We've had our archivist came on right before I did. We've filled our final voter services position months or so in, and we are now transitioning our business manager for the department. But it has been a very committed and competent team of folks in our office, and we are getting some good work done. Our e-commerce website sales, we did just finally get our certified e-commerce stuff up and running. Thank you so much, Alicia. It's been a year-plus long process working through getting that functional. And we were informed that with the treasurer moving out of the mall office, that we potentially were looking at releasing the mall lease. And I am really excited to say that the county has decided that we are going to maintain that lease through at least the end of its term, which provides us that secure and established early vote location for our midterm election cycle. I think that's really important, and I'm very grateful that we have that. Our outlook. So it does look like we will have a November 2025 election. I don't know if that will be statewide, countywide, or just a jurisdictional election. I believe we are currently planning for it to be a countywide Coconino Community College election. And I hope that we get the allotment to run that election set aside for us, because that is difficult to, the timeline gets pretty tight. We want to make sure that we have those funds available to use as we need to. Our voter guide mailer is statutorily required. That will go out early next year in regard to the 2026 midterm elections. And the 90-day notice mailer is also a statutory requirement that will go out before the primary elections. And so those will both fit in our next fiscal year. And that's it. I didn't even do a conclusion slide. You guys get the bare bones. Anyway, I appreciate your time and attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
And Aubrey, thank you for being here, and your staff is here as well. And you're right. So fortunate that you have two veterans within your office that certainly have been there and have been helping Patty through many, many years. And now it's wonderful that they're there to get your office up and running. So really, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to see you again. And I want to thank your staff so much for the services they continue to provide are so much across Coconino County. And Alta, I'm so sorry to hear you're leaving. You've been a stalwart there for how many years? Oh, that's amazing. And, for a job well done. And thank you so much for your service. Wish you all the best. I wish you well moving on. But, if you get bored, you always have a place back here. I'm sure you've been told that after a year. So I do have a question. I mean, I know first and foremost, the recorder's office, it does oversee the vast majority of the election process from voter registration to early voting. And here in Coconino County, such a large percentage of our voters are early voters. So we hear so much about voting in elections, and we really appreciate all. And, Patty Hansen and her staff has a decades long of open, safe, transparent elections. And we're so pleased that you have come forward with the very same philosophy, because it's so near and dear to all of us. So that's first and foremost. But also kind of the less glamorous side of the recorder's office is really recording. And, when you look at an office that's paper, intensive and document intensive, I'm not sure there's any other office anywhere in the county that has more paper associated with it, probably than the recorder's office, and probably from what you do, Alicia. And what percentage of the work that is done in the recorder's office is recording versus elections? Is it about 50-50 or?
Our staff has split about 50-50. And I know the recorder's side of the office comes over to help with signature verifying during our busy time with elections. They are all trained to be signature verifiers as well. So that helps us support the voting side of things without bringing on more temporary staff. I don't know, is that true that we're about 50-50 or? Yeah,
It's 100%.
right.
Yeah.
So we're a funny office. We can't give you a base budget. We have to apply for increment requests every year. It changes yearly. Right now, maybe we've had some legal issues with title fraud that we were just in court with around on the recorder side of things. That turned out in our favor. We're very happy about that.
Good.
And so, yeah, I mean, I'm working very hard on learning both sides of the office. We do important work, and Alicia and I are working really hard on thinking about where we can go and how we can promote that recording notification system.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get out in the community more. We're working on building that social media presence. Again, I'm hoping to be in touch with our county as far as being able to push it on our county websites
Absolutely.
and information. So,
Well, I'm anxious to hear it. I want to sign up for it immediately. And also would love to get the word out through our social media as well. So keep us informed. We look forward to hearing from you and getting that information. So again, thank you. You know, it's an important function. And I'm so glad you stepped up and took the reins for the position. And I'm so glad that you've got your dedicated staff there with you to make sure that this office continues in full force and with the kind of service that's been provided in the past. So
I really am too. And it's big shoes to fill. It's an important legacy to continue. So I'm honored to be in the spot that I'm at.
well, we're happy to have you there, Aubrey. Thank you. Other comments, questions, members? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. Aubrey, it's good seeing you here today. And I think you're the next to the last presenter. And so we've been in budget hearings for 2 weeks, and this is your first time presenting. And there were others that was their first time presenting. And there's kind of this little joke that, you know, we're part of the New Kids on the Block team. Well, I'm there with you. Okay. So, and I think that you did an excellent job in your presentation today. I'm just going to start there. I did have, as a candidate, I did have the opportunity to work with the election side of the recorder's office, had a very
It's
good,
different offices.
Yeah.
The recorders. Yeah.
I know, I'm sorry, the election side
The
of the
elections
recorder.
department.
Yeah, the elections department in the recorder.
The elections department is that you guys heard from them on Tuesday.
Yeah, I meant the election side in the recorder's office.
Okay.
I'm not even sure what I said now. You know what, just, I don't know, but let me just restate it. You know what? Is that what I said? I meant to say the election side of the recorder's office. And what I did was you had talked about candidate petitions. And this is just who I am. But after I got all my nomination petitions done, I wanted to be sure before I turned them into Essler, who's in the back row there, that they were all valid. I just wanted to know that before I turned them in, and sat there at that computer for probably 2 separate times did I see you there? For probably a couple. Yeah, it was hours that I sit there, but that's just who I am. It's just, what I do. And then my early voter ballot didn't end up showing up, and I was starting to sweat it. So I went in and did, the early voter ballot in the office. That all went well as well. So I enjoyed my experience there. I've really tapped into all these county offices, I'll tell you. But I wanted to tell you that I enjoyed the time that you and I had together a few months ago, where I got to tour the office and really get a better understanding of what is going on. And you're right, I am one of the people that had to provide proof of citizenship. And the funny part about that was that when I was running as a 3rd generation Arizona native, and I really am that, but I had to provide proof of citizenship to update the record. So you guys helped me with that. And then we had another conversation about something else, and I appreciate you following the email up with me. So I very much look forward to working with you in the days ahead, and enjoy the work and appreciate the work that all of you guys do.
Absolutely. hope that it was a easy and not so scary process to respond to our letter. That's what we're aiming for all of our voters.
And that was, and we actually dealt with it like right there. You guys told me what I needed to do. I did it and we got it all taken care of. So it was very painless. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Begay?
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much for the presentation with you and your staff. Certainly you guys have a lot of work to do, and it's always going to be like that for each one of the elections that are going to be coming up, just even the prep all the way to the counting, whatever needs to happen. But anyway, I just want, and all the notices that go along with that. So just saying, thinking, I feel that you guys had the shortest presentation and hardly any questions by the board. So you're doing something right. So thank you so much. And acknowledge all the hard work that you guys do within your department. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Good job for your first time. It gets easier each time. And, you know, the role of the recorder is just so important, you know, to make sure that we have early ballots and several different information that we need for the elections. Just so important. And so I want to congratulate you for being our recorder, and I look forward to working with you as we go into the 2025 election. And I too was one that had to get my license fixed. I guess I got my driver's license in the 90s. I was a young man, and so it's kind of funny that 2 of the 5 supervisors also had to be part of the group that needed to get their license fixed. And it's actually been helpful because when I've had folks talk to me about the letter they got and the fear they have around that letter, I explained to them through my own experience of what it means, and then it relieves them a little bit. And so while I'm not appreciative of being on the list, the fact that I was on the list, the experience from being on the list helped me educate our constituents about the reason they need to provide that information so that they don't lose their opportunity to vote. And then the other thing I just want to say is thank you to the team for all you do, because, you know, we know like us electeds, we're just kind of like the talking heads. It's really the staff behind the scenes that make things happen. And so congratulations, good job, and congratulations on your retirement. We're going to miss you.
I just barely got to know her and she's leaving already.
Thank you.
All right, again, thanks again. Thank you, the staff, and please extend our great thanks to everyone in your office. Really appreciate all that you do.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Do we want to take a 5-minute? Are we okay?
Yeah,
All right,
Chair,
we're going.
Hi, Chair Horseman, members of the
Hi,
board.
Andy.
Good to see you this afternoon. Our next and final presenter, in fact, is the Treasurer's Office. The Treasurer does have conflicts with meetings. She was originally scheduled for 4. She could be here at 3:45. So, in fact, we do have a bit of time if we want to take
You know
it.
what? We are not going to take a break. We're going to go forward and talk about just the items we would have talked about anyway. And, you know, I think that's something just in the future, we just need to be very careful that we're, and I know it's hard because everybody's got other work to do other than being here for a budget, but we want to make sure to do that.
Update. They're just walking in. So if we want to take a quick break and then they were watching online, they were ready. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, look at this.
For making us
Chino's
a priority. Perfect timing.
Straight from, you know, whatever other meeting you were at. So.
My kid's talent show.
Oh no, did you get to watch her? Or?
I got to also perform with her because she got stage fright. I actually do want to track down the video. So
We definitely need to see that. Thank you for being here on such short notice, and it's really helps us. So thank you. Well, we have you have the honor, distinction, I don't know what, you drew the short straw, can't tell, to be our last presenter from the last department. And we are wonderful to have another of one of our elected officials here in Coconino County, our treasurer, Sarah Benatar. And we look forward to hearing from you and what you are doing and from you and your staff, which we so appreciate the great work you do, not only here for the county on the state level and the national level. Really appreciate your advocacy. With that, I think we turn it over to,
I'll start.
all
Chair
right, to
Horstman.
Andy Bertelsson. Oh, you must be important if Andy's taking
Oh,
this.
I mean.
So,
Or I'm in
so-
trouble.
So I will. Yeah, right. So I'll Aaron's laughing. Chair Horstman, members of the board, I will turn it to Erica. But before I do that, Erica, Siri, Sarah, and I have been meeting every other week. Sometimes we try to meet as often as possible on Monday, and it does bring back memories for me of being in AP classes in high school and questioning if I should be there or not. Just because it's been really great just to sit when we talk about these transitions, the uncertainty, and really Sarah bringing her experience to those conversations, what she's hearing on the national level and the economic landscape. It's really been helpful to entering into these budget processes to consider all of that and really attempt to, we are incorporating that that local stability in uncertain times. And so I just want to thank Siri, Erica, and Sarah for engaging in that process. It's been super helpful. So thank you. And Erica, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Andy. And I'd like to thank Sarah as well for her partnership and all that she does all the time to make this county such a big success. She, as you all know, she's recognized not only at the state level, but the national level. And we are so lucky and fortunate to have her as our treasurer. I think the fact that she jumped in and performed in a talent show really says it all, right? Like that's who we are as Coconino County. We're doers and we help put others at ease through our work and bring them comfort when they're in times of stress. And there's no task too big or small, and no requests that we don't consider. And I think Sarah exemplifies that with her staff. So I'd like to talk for a minute about the treasurer's increment requests under the treasurer tab. If you have an opportunity to flip to those, it's all the way at the back of the book. So you'll have to flip in chunks probably is how I got there. But you'll see that there are 3 requests that are general fund one-time requests, and the treasurer's office submitted increments that were the result of some upcoming statute changes and that are really related to mandatory separation of duties, something that our treasurer's office does well and always room for improvement and changes. And so these changes are in that vein of separation of duties related to upcoming statutory changes. So these requests are recommended by the county manager's office for FY26 funding, and they include a treasury specialist operational increase and temporary wage increase. You'll also see that the recommendation includes, of course, the 5% CPI. And so you can see that that treasury specialist is listed as recurring because of the statutory requirements. So there are not any carryover requests, and everything there is recommended. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Philpott, Chairwoman Horstman, members of the board. It's great to be here today. Sarah Benatar, Coconino County Treasurer. I'm going to introduce my team. So my newly appointed Chief Deputy, who will officially have that starting next Saturday, next weekend, the start of the next pay period. Aaron Beckett, who's been with the county for several years. You guys actually probably, some of you may remember Aaron from budget meetings a couple years back. Also with us is our 2 treasury analysts. We've got Chassie Dry, who was with Public Works before joining our office, and then Mitchell Eames, who was with the HHS before joining the treasurer's office. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna dive right in. So treasurer's duties. We are, the official title of the treasurer is actually treasurer and ex officio tax collector. So in statute, we do the tax collecting mailing, billing, enforcement on top of treasury duties. So we break our office. I always like to say we are most known for collecting property taxes, but the bulk of what we do is safeguarding public monies. So we are the bank. That means that we're the bank not just for the county, but for every school district, fire district, special district, community college. We do their debt service, credit lines, and then we also just do everything that you think you would get from your relationship with your bank. On top of all that, we also serve as essentially the chief investment officer for all these districts. So we manage a pooled investment portfolio. Just to give you an idea of how much money we're talking about here. So we are estimating that we are going to reconcile $1.4 billion this fiscal year. As of right now today, we have already done 1.2 billion. Last year we reconciled 1.2 billion. So we're doing more work this year than we did last year. And you can see the trend. You know, and I like to show this graph so you can see how much money and how much more sophistication our office needs in terms of investment management, in terms of technology, safekeeping, separation of duties, etc. So in FY15, we were about 700 million that we were reconciling, and 10 years later, we're pretty much double that. Along those lines, though, we'll talk about it a little later, but our staffing levels have remained pretty consistent, actually. You know, I like to pride myself in saying that we do a lot with the small team that we have. And, you know, we do rely heavily on support from our temporary employees. We've been very fortunate to be able to bring in some retired county employees and other retired industry professionals to support our office on a temporary basis, as well as just some other type of support to help with special projects, and to also help with things such as filing, scanning, et cetera, things that we have to do, but given the level of capacity we're at, we can't necessarily always do. So funds on deposit, this was updated back in April. So you all have seen my monthly reports. That always fluctuates, but about 465 million on deposit right now. Our investments are just about, right now, just over 400 million. We have been keeping some cash more liquid, especially after this due date, given the need to make sure we have more cash accessible. With a number of reasons, a big one being just delays in other grant revenues coming in from the state and the federal office, not just for the county itself, but for our taxing districts as well. So you can see the bulk of funds on deposit with us is actually school district funds, 45%. Next up is actually Coconino County funds. Then it's special districts, the community college, and then all the other ones are not even enough to make it on the graph. So this gives you, again, an idea of the funds that we manage. We have to make sure that we are in compliance with a lot of statutes, as not just, sorry, not just at the state level, but also federal compliance with a number of federal regulations, and then the Uniform Accounting Manual for Arizona County Treasurer, so UMACT, when we do all of our reconciliation processes. So going back to the property tax side of house, so we actually, for the 2024 parcel count was just under 86,000 parcels. That means that we are mailing, providing support to property owners for nearly 86,000 parcels within the county. It's great. We are seeing a big growth. Since 2010, we have seen over 12,000 parcels added to the tax rolls. That means that more money is coming in for our office. That also means a lot more phone calls, a lot more processing of payments, et cetera. And then, of course, with that, we're not just billing and collecting, but we are enforcing. So if you're a delinquent on your property taxes, we are doing the delinquent property tax piece of that, which means the tax lien sale, working with the attorneys on any judicial foreclosures, etc. Okay, so I'd like to highlight a little bit about the money that we do actually save for the county. The biggest one that we do is that we actually manage our investment portfolio in-house. So beginning slide, you saw there's 4 letters after my name. That is Certified Government Investment Professional. So I hold that designation. I go every year to continue my learning credits and just learn about what's new in the industry. That really puts, I think, in my opinion, really reassures the members of the pool, but also our taxpayers that the person who's managing their portfolio is experienced. To give you an idea about how much this would cost if we had a money manager, because they charge 25 basis points, so 0.25 with a portfolio of, oftentimes, sometimes over 440 million, we're talking about over $1 million in fees. So that is a true savings that we are able to do, and that's $1 million that we can actually put back into the pockets of our districts, because it's, again, not being sent off for a money manager since we are doing that in-house. And then the other big thing we do is we actually catch a lot of fraud. Sometimes more often than we would like and more often than you would think. Everything from counterfeit cash, fraudulent invoices coming in, fraudulent warrants. So we do adopt a lot of technology. One big thing we're excited about, which I don't want to jump too far ahead, but we are actually going to be in the next fiscal year, starting off with a new servicing bank that actually we will be implementing more security features and more fraud protections, which we're very, very, very excited about, that we'll be able to offer not just, again, for the county and our county departments, but our taxing districts. Once money goes out the door, it is very, very, very difficult to get it back. So we are working on that process right now. It is a very busy time in the treasurer's office. So we, of course, we're a bank and we manage investments. So we have a number of concerns. Most of them right now are economic, so cash flow. We have always managed, I've always done our cash flow analysis, and we have a model that also accounts for not only inflation, but also to respond to natural disasters. We know fire and flooding are a reality in our county. It's not a matter of if it will happen, but when and how much will it cost. So we actually have that built into our cash flow models. We are in a very unique time though. So currently working on the best way to change our model to adapt to a lot of uncertainty and a lot of delays right now in terms of us getting the drawdowns from federal and state grant revenues. I'm going to bounce around a little bit on this. So the other big thing in terms of focusing on economic concerns is the economy, tariffs, inflation, following the feds, other economic factors. So that's something we follow for a number of reasons. One, our investment portfolio. So we need to know how rates are looking. I live, breathe this every day. At home, I'm checking things, I'm looking at Bloomberg screens, et cetera. It also impacts our borrowing. So credit lines, issuing debt. What are we actually, borrowing? Right now we're going into an interesting time, because if we've got a district that draws down on a credit line, it's going to be high. But the reality is, if rates start to drop, you start to see where you're borrowing at a higher rate than what you are actually able to earn interest on. And we are limited in what we can. We cannot invest in stocks and equities, for example. And the other thing is too, actually, how the economy is really does impact our property tax collection rates. So we have noticed that when businesses, individuals, when they are facing economic hardship, property taxes, we do start to see a decline in our property tax collection rate. So we actually right now have a really high collection rate in our county. We're about 98% collected at fiscal year end. We work very hard. So we work very, very hard in making it very accessible for our taxpayers to pay their taxes. That's really big in our office. And we're very excited about some new things that we're going to bring in. I'm going to pause there for a second in case anyone has a question.
Questions?
Okay. And so as a result of, having that high collection rate, that means we really are bringing in revenues. And that means districts can budget fairly well. But again, when we start to see some economic downturn, that does mean that collection rate does dip a little. And so that's something we do stay on top of. We do work hard to kind of understand who's being hit the hardest, so that way we can prepare, do some reaching out, et cetera. A great example of that was during COVID. We did an analysis, we partnered with a vendor, and they actually did a deep dive for us at no cost to help us understand where our true higher rates of uncollections were. And ended up being the hospitality industry in Sedona and the Grand Canyon. So that did allow us to strategically make some phone calls, be a little more proactive to help, because those are large dollar amounts, to get them hopefully back to current status to assist with our districts and the county as well. So with that, some other concerns is always legislation. We always continue to see bills being introduced that change the nature of our office. Usually it results in more work in our office. We are seeing some, in my opinion, the governor, I know the governor has signed one, I am not sure on the other, and one is right now awaiting a third read, but very specific changes to treasurer functions, specifically an additional more deep dive audit into our processes and procedures. And the other one would be training requirements. We're very fortunate that we would meet the training requirements. The other change is allowing the Auditor General to work directly with financial institutions, which we already signed the letters allowing them to do so, to collect information for audit on our county accounts. I do want to take a second in this time to thank Siri, Angie, and Erica for their support, because we actually did do a special audit into our office procedures, and I'm really grateful for that. You should be, I just signed off yesterday on the draft. So that should be coming across the county finance and manager's desk pretty soon. And they did make some recommendations, and a big thing is tying into staffing. We are, like I said, we are a small office. We do a lot. But the big thing too is what we're seeing, especially with the Auditor General, is making changes to the UMACT, is a requirement to really have those who touch cash only do cash. Those who disperse monies, that means doing transfers, positive pay, paying warrants, etc. That's all they do. And those who reconcile, they only reconcile. And so as a result of that, we would not currently at the staffing levels we have today meet that separation of duties requirement. So that was a key factor in us asking for that additional FTE. We are going to, as a result, have to pull one staff member off of posting cash payments, which means, again, we are down who's posting property tax payments, who's processing treasurer's receipts, etc.
And Sarah, is that because of the Santa Cruz situation where the treasurer, she took over 38 million was stolen from Santa Cruz County? Is that why they're making these changes?
That is a driving factor of it, Chairwoman Horseman. The other big thing, to be very honest, our UMACT has not been changed since 1999. So we're talking about an accounting manual procedure book that treasurers have to follow that hasn't been updated in over 25 years.
Best practices, as well as an example of what should not happen in the county treasurer's office.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So these are changes that are long overdue. And so, you know, for us, we welcome it. A big thing with doing an internal review of your books, a big deep dive, is to identify areas of improvement and where we can do things better, add extra layers of protection, extra safeguards. No office is perfect. We make errors. I always tell that to my team. Our important thing is that we recognize the errors, we document our mistakes in those errors, we correct them, and then we put processes in place to make sure it doesn't happen. But most importantly, we have processes in place to catch them. And so that's really key. And so that is something we're asking for. The other thing is, it just came out today. The Association for Financial Professionals issued their benchmark report for Treasury offices. So the reason why I start and really distinguish that we are the treasurer and the ex officio tax collector is because in other states, you have a treasurer office and you have a tax collection office. So the average number of employees in a treasury office in the public sector is 14. So I'm going to skip ahead a second. This is our org chart. There's actually only 11 of us full-time and we do taxes. So again, us asking you for the FTE is because we really need that FTE. I would not be up here asking for something if we did not exhaust every other option at this point. So this is us looking into the future. The new FTE would be in banking, dedicated to disbursements. The staff member who oversees our customer support division would move to not posting any cash. They would oversee the cash division, but they would not be posting, and they would be actually also doing disbursements. That person then could actually do the IT for the office, because that was something that could come out in the internal review of our process, is that the person who does IT should not be also posting cash. So again, that is a function that we need to make sure is focusing on not having that ability. So our office is going to be going through a little bit of restructure in terms of duties, which I think is great. The other big thing, that on this, it's pretty much the same, but the big thing I want to capture on here is our bank change. So what we are actually going to be doing with our bank change, and our banking fees do not come from our operating budget. Those are charges against the interest that we earn from the pooled portfolio. So that is essentially distributed across all members of the pool, which means all taxing districts are contributing to those banking fees. So a big thing that we're actually doing is we are going to be implementing for this tax season lockbox. And I'm letting you know now because I am sure we're going to be getting a lot of questions and you'll be as well. That means that when we mail out the tax notices, there will be the envelope that goes in for you to mail back your check. That is actually going to go to a PO box where the bank will actually process those payments for us. That is a huge savings. Realistically, it is near impossible. It is impossible for us to be on time with processing payments, which means cash flow is getting delayed. As we're seeing right now, that can result in a pretty big scenario. In my opinion, a nightmare scenario if cash flow is extremely delayed due to grant revenues, and then we're not able to process property tax payments in real time. Very honest, we were not able to be up to date on our property tax processing until January. That's just how much we have in terms of mail. So going back to 86,000 parcels that we're receiving payments for, all of our treasury duties, et cetera, with a staff of 11, and then now having to implement the separation. So this is big, having them do that. We are also working on changing our credit card vendor. So then that way that can actually be more efficient for us with our time and offering better products and services. My goal is to actually have a kiosk in Page, ideally, and then one here. So our taxpayers can go to the kiosk and pay their property taxes. The other thing as well is we are in the early stages of partnering with one of our vendors that will cost the county nothing and a very minimal fee to property owners, so that they can actually streamline the payment. And it would essentially be you sign up for automatic payment, you forget about it, And for us, it's a much more getting a file to process a payment with one lump sum. So again, becoming way more efficient, working with our partners and our vendors to figure out ways how we can use technology in the products that they offer. So then that way we can be more efficient and focus on the work that we have to do, especially with the changes. And with that, I will, that was our presentation. If there is any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Well, as always, we so appreciate everything you do. And, when everything was going on with Santa Cruz County and, we all sit with their supervisors on CSA as well as the NACO conferences, et cetera. And, it's like a nightmare. And that you would have that kind of fraud going on to affect the overall welfare of every single person in Santa Cruz County. The only thing I could think of is, thank God we never have to worry about that in Coconino County because we have Sarah Benatar as our treasurer in Coconino County. And I really mean that, and really mean the level of trust and confidence and professionalism that your office brings to all across Coconino County is very well known in the state and certainly even in the country, because I know you get asked to appear in congressional hearings on what you're doing. So we really do appreciate that. I understand the recommendations. I have no problems with the recommendations of the county manager's office. If we weren't in such dire times, we could look at some of these other concerns, but we don't know, as you've already pointed out, with the economy the way it is, we aren't sure what the future is going to bring. So we're being very, very fiscally conservative as we proceed and making sure that it's the highest and best use of our community and all across the county, our county's money. So thank you for everything you do. Thank your staff, and congratulations on your promotion, and well-deserved. And members of the board, any other comments, questions? So Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like Chair Horseman looked at my notes because she took all my talking points. And so rather than repeating what she said, but I'm just going to say that the accolades that she put out for you, I completely agree with. We are so blessed to have you as our treasurer. And I just want you to know that I've shared that with you personally. So thank you. I also just want to say that I appreciate the way you keep your life in order. I know this sounds like a small thing, but you're busy at the treasurer's office. She said, we are really, really busy, but you came in here and said, you know what? Just participated with my daughter in a talent show. I'm a mom, and I think that that is really important that you keep your life in priority. And has nothing to do with your job. That was just a mom comment from me to you. And so I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the 98% collection rate. Like, I know that we had a long conversation about the bank change. So that's why I didn't have any questions for you. All my questions have been asked and answered. Great presentation, and really appreciate all you do and your staff and everyone back at the office. So pass that on to them, please.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Well, thank you for the presentation. It was good to see our financial situation countywide, and we appreciate all the hard work you do, because as you can tell, when things went awry, who did they call to go down and help them work through that? And so we appreciate that, and that hands-on expertise now helps you better deal with these potential legislative changes or governmental changes to the treasurer's office. And so we're blessed with that, of your experience going through that, to have a good understanding there. And we want to make sure that we provide you those resources that you need to be able to do your statutory duties as aligned by the governor as they change moving forward. And so thank you and your team for all that you do. Collection rate's great. I mean, we won't have money for our general fund if you guys didn't collect it. So, it's super important. And then the other thing I just wanted to put out there too was thank you for working with Syria and finding a way of fixing the flood control district loan to a different loan. That was That was something that was really unexpected on our end, but when we found out about it and the impacts, we were hoping we got 15 million more dollars. That's okay. We'll take it. we're, we're very appreciative of that work and really glad that your office and finance are working well together to make sure that we're getting things streamlined and that we're staying fiscally responsible as a county. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I really like the fact that you are doing everything to make sure that you have extra safeguards in place, for the department that you oversee. And then also saving us dollars, by providing in-house services. I think that's very very critical too at this time, knowing the uncertainty of funds and stuff like that. So that's good. And then sharing your economic concerns, also those are real, and we should all be thinking about some of these things that would really just affect all of our programs or our departments within the organization here for Coconino County. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you to your staff, and we have a lot of work to do all together at times. And thank you to the administration here, Kim, Erica, Siri, Andy, for really being there, to be steering the ship here and there in certain ways to bypass a lot of these things that we run into. So as far as even financial, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I also want to just point out, I really appreciate your monthly reports. I mean, that is another area, because overall the responsibility of the budget ends up here with the Board of Supervisors. That's that and the safety and welfare of our community is our number one reasons for existing. And you by providing that, it gives me a level of understanding and comfort and confidence on what's going on. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Horseman, members of the board. Your kind words are very, thank you. They mean a lot to me. And I couldn't do if I didn't have a great team. We have an amazing team that I know it gets very stressful at times, and it is a big workload. And so we are very fortunate for everything that they do and their commitment to the county, because the treasurer's office is a commitment. We understand how one mistake could truly impact the overall health and well-being of the county and our districts. And so we take that very seriously. And then another opportunity just to thank again county leadership for their support. I really personally have, appreciated the regular meetings, so that way we are all on the same page. For me, knowledge is power, and I can't do my job if I don't know what the pain points are. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
In that partnership, we see it too, and it's certainly paying off. We really, for all of our staff, we appreciate that. It is a team effort, and that's really apparent during these budget times, is how much collaboration and quite interrelatedness and partnership that it takes to run Coconino County. And we have really seen incredible reach out between treasurer and the county manager's offices and the finance office, and it's so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to take a break? All right, why don't we do this until 3:15? Is that enough time? Okay, 3:15.
Chair Horseman, members of the board, and then we'll start or wrap up if that is.
That's what we're gonna, yes, please.
All right.
So we 3:15, we'll be back. Break. So, members of the board, while we were at the event this morning for our veterans, which was really marvelous, by the way, and our county management staff was working very hard and very diligently on wrap up, and even have a PowerPoint for us on wrap up. So you gotta love our efficient and effective county manager's office. So today, we have some time, I think. How long do you have today? All right, well, we'll see how we can go, but I'd like, if we can get at least pretty close to 4:30, that'd be great. And then we'll start again tomorrow. I know tomorrow some people do have events in the afternoon, but you know, this is priority. We'll do what it needs to get done and make it happen. So with that, no more questions.
Can I have a question, please?
Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
This is it. This is what we have to go through, or is there more tomorrow that isn't included in here?
I'm just looking here.
Well, I think it's included in terms of the items, but we will likely need tomorrow to do it all if we're going to wrap up by 4:15 or 4:30.
Were you going to say going, gone?
Let's plow through it.
Yeah, we'll get
All
through
right,
what we
we're
can,
plowing.
Vice
Let's
Chair
plow.
Vasquez.
And you
Alright.
guys, thank you. Believe it or not, I mean, it's been a long process. We are very tired, and because it's hard to keep concentrated for that long. And then there's even numbers with it. So it's really hard. But the truth is you've done a great job, made it easy for us. So we look forward to starting the wrap up now, and we'll finish what we need to tomorrow.
Say that I would have had no problem if I did not have a meeting this evening, a community meeting. I would plow through till midnight and do it. So just know that. I really would. I mean, at P&Z, we had late meetings. I would do it, Vice Chair Vasquez, but I can't. Mhm.
Okay. Plows down, four-wheel drive. Supervisor Ontiveros, you might have a late night in Munns Park this evening. Yeah. Okay, in our feeling opinion, we've had great meetings with departments, and this is carried through. We've had some really frank, open, honest conversations with all departments, and it's been so good. Our message, our approach has carried. So our follow-up items, we've kind of broken down into current and then future. Future we can address today or tomorrow, but there's some information that's still collecting. For example, congressionally directed funding information is coming in like within an hour of right now. Some more just came in. Very good news. In fact, Tom was finally able to reach the USDA, and we do have obligated funds on the Tribal Nation Service Center. We do have a signed agreement with the Department of the Army on the Fort Tuthill project. Still some question marks, but we're plowing through that. We've engaged our lobbyists and some good things. So that's up to the minute. And then next steps, and then our final comments. So our county manager recommendation, as you know, is to formalize our reserve policy at 25% of revenues. General fund revenues, that's 100 million, 25 million. I will say that's just general fund revenues. Our entire budget is around 400 million. So it's 25% of general fund revenues. And then the stability fund, which the stability fund going back to 25 million. Yep. And then the stability fund is local stability in uncertain federal landscapes and state landscapes. We'll also be prepared to talk about, and on our list is federal impact report. We talked to Michelle this morning, or Kim did. That's always moving up-to-date information. Arizona Department of Health Services, we're probably ahead of them, frankly, in understanding what's happening, which is both good and bad. It's good that we're on it. Anyway, we're working through that. Balanced budget recommendations, staff compensation. I think you heard from all departments saying we need more staff, but if we can't do more staff, let's commit to the people that are committing to us. And that's a healthy relationship. That's a symbiotic, that's a commitment to one another. That will allow us to continue service and also provide the essential tools people and then the tools. Tools, for example, for the sheriff's office is cars, public works, equipment, vehicles, tools for IT. Tools are sitting in front of us. And then meeting our contractual obligations and statutory obligations and continuing capital plans and renewals. So that was really that formalizes, that's what we said going into the budget. That's what I believe departments told you, and that's what we're reiterating again today at this. So current follow-up items, compensation, alternative prosecution, rural broadband position. Supervisor Fowler is not with us today. We met with her after yesterday. She really, we had a great conversation with her. She wanted to keep these on, and we really went through with her to get to a place of good discussion. So we didn't want that to.
And since she's not here with us having the discussion, you might want to just let us know what
Yeah,
her input
and
was as we go through there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then outside agencies. So on alternative prosecution, we'll have a slide for it. Really, and that's with the county attorney's office. We recommended, and you are set to approve their top 5 recommendations from the county attorney's office. Alternative prosecution was actually priority number 7 of 10. We funded the top 5, and it's really an additional service. So that was the approach behind that. And then rural broadband, Mary Knight took us pretty far. There's BEAD money out there, and Matt and Helen are really managing this well, taking it from there. And rural broadband is that mix of both broadband infrastructure in the ground, and then a lot of talk about Starlink and what's the answer to our rural service. Well, it's both. It seems to be both. And then outside agencies. Yeah, so future follow-up items, congressionally directed funding, federal impacts report, superintendent of schools, BRID fund. I know I'm long-winded. Legal review of accommodation school status, adult probation, pretrial funding review, and then WIO, a shared governance agreement is on our list. So before I put you to sleep, let me turn this to Erica to get into the compensation recommendation. Thank you, Erica.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, members of the board. So really what Andy was doing was just summarizing what was on this post-it here. And so the things that we want to just follow up on today are compensation, the 2 items that Supervisor Fowler put on the board that we talked about last night, and I have a slide on that, and then just that spreadsheet of outside agencies. So kind of those 3 big things. I have several slides on compensation, so I'll walk you through those, and I'll start with this slide, which is just a reminder of what we talked about a week ago Monday, of what the county manager's compensation recommendation was and is. And so 2.5% for employees not in the law enforcement pay plans, everyone else, the first pay period in July. And that says filled positions only because it moves the people, not the ranges. So the people move deeper into their ranges. And this was a 3-pronged approach, you will recall. And so the second prong is a $500 one-time for completion of their evaluation, which would be paid in November. And the third was the, looking at the uncertainty, pausing, seeing what happens, and then looking at the possibility in January of having a $1 market range movement. And in that, the people and the ranges would move $1 an hour. And that would be in January. So it would only be a cost for half of the fiscal year, but it would also allow us an opportunity to see what happens in the next several months leading up to January and where we are with the fiscal uncertainty in the world. But that gets us further away from minimum wage. You'll remember we talked about a week ago that we were only $1.15 above the minimum wage with our starting salary of $19 an hour. And we want to keep moving on that because the minimum wage is also scheduled to go up again in January.
Both the $500 one-time and the $1 market range movement does help at a greater percentage rate those that are on the lower end of the salary schedule. So I think that was one of the concerns some of us had. So I like that. And the other part of this is that my concern last time was, gee, not only do we want to compensate our employees and thank them for the job well done for our communities, but also we want to use this as a retention. And I think you explained to me how this will in fact roll over and will be looked at as a larger salary for those looking for jobs. You might want to explain that.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. And also I do have a slide that has the percentages, so I'll be happy to, that's okay. We're all very excited about comp, even this late in the day. That's, yeah.
Quick question, just so the 2.5 pay period compensation increase is only for filled positions. So that means those positions that are unfilled right now will stay at that base pay and won't add that. Will that have implications later on down the road?
That's a great question. And that feeds into the chair's question as well. So I will try to answer them together. So I'll start with the bottom bullet. So the $1 an hour increase that moves the market and the people. If a job starts at $25 an hour and we decide to move the ranges $1, then it will start at $26 an hour. The people would move and the range would move. And then when we post those jobs, it shows that higher salary. So when we move the grades, the entire structure that we have, the compensation structure, and we move them and the people, that increases what we post. The 2.5% doesn't impact the ranges. It only moves the people deeper into the ranges, which is also nice. And that's important because, and that's why this is a combination strategy. If we don't move, when we don't move people deeper into the ranges, when we keep them where they are, then the people that started a year ago are maybe making $25 an hour. And the people who started yesterday are making $25 an hour. So we get some compression at the beginning of the range. So this is a really great strategy for that reason, because we're moving the people deeper in. And then we're also looking at that $1 an hour at the time when the minimum wage is scheduled to go up. So that's also great, because then when people are like, oh, the minimum wage is going up, are we doing anything? We'll be able to assess if we're able to based on the fiscal realities at that moment.
And Erica, that minimum wage for Flagstaff at least takes place in January, if I remember
Yes.
correctly. So that's that assessment time.
And it's based on the August CPI. So for the entire month of August, and that's what it's based on. So if it's okay, can I show you 2 more slides that I think might help answer another questions, or do you want? I'm sorry, either way.
Supervisor Begay.
Since you're covering all of them, I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with the 2.5 and the $1 market rate range movement, but I still think that the evaluation is a job of the responsibility of the supervisor. They have to do it regardless of this and that, it's got to be done. And when we first came on, they hadn't been done for some time, and we kept putting it. Now, last year, I think we put we asked them to be evaluated, and yet, the compensation came along with it. But, I don't think that is right for me, because I've been in various capacities overseeing HR and stuff like that. So, and I've seen what has changed, what has happened in the organizations that I worked in. It was my responsibility to, every year there was a deadline. I did my evaluations, and based on that, a contract was given to them, but I didn't pay anything, to them. So, but that's the only comment, I want to make, because I think it's the responsibility of the supervisors. It's just like the supervisors are, I guess in a way, doing the evaluation and telling the staff that if I do your evaluation, I'll give you $500. That I don't think it doesn't work that way with me. And I just want to say that, I don't have any issues with the 2.5 and the $1. And so and then this 500 one time is not going to be part of the movement on the scale from the way I see it.
So thank you for that question, Supervisor Begay. So we actually heard you that you wanted a couple different scenarios. And so I'm prepared to present 3 more scenarios to you.
Okay.
So we have the recommendation, and then I have a couple others. And the second scenario that I'll be presenting is without the $500 one time. And you can really see the difference in the overall pay that makes. And I think that that slide might really help. And I hear what you're saying. I do hear you that it is part of the responsibility of the managers. Absolutely.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
And so I think then that begs the question of what is the reason based on her comments? What, you know what I mean? Like, how would you respond to that? So I'll look for the scenarios, but it really goes back to what is the basis for that recommendation? Like, why was it ever there?
Certainly, Supervisor Ontiveros. So historically, as an organization, we gave compensation increases on people's anniversary dates. And on their anniversary dates, they got a performance evaluation and it was tied to that. And over time, we went to what's called in HR circles a focal point evaluation, where all the evaluations got done at one time. And so there are a lot of organizations that still do provide compensation increases at the time of evaluation, whether that evaluation is done on an anniversary or one time. And so we like that we provide all the increases in July, because then some people aren't waiting longer for their increase, the 2.5, but it also recognizes those places where it was tied to evaluations. And so it's a little bit of the best. It's a little bit of all of those good things. And it helps people to look forward to different increases throughout the year. When we look at generations in the workplace, what we find is that people like to have more frequent compensation. This does accomplish some of that as well. So it's a recommendation because some people really like to have something tied to that evaluation.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, because I did not know the history on it. So thank you for that. And I look forward to the next slides.
Thank you. All right. So Siri, do you have the clicker? Oh, Kim has the clicker. Kim is in charge. All right, Kim, I'm ready. Okay, so this is still option A. So I just wanted to show the costs here so that when we get to a slide where they're side by side, you'll really be able to compare the costs. So this recommendation is part of our balanced budget recommendation. There's no compression in this because, as I said, we're moving people deeper into the ranges and then providing something for everyone. It's a multiple prong approach. It addresses the compression and market ranges are moved by $1 an hour. It allows for a mid-year review for viability before the market increase. So we really have a chance to look and see where we are fiscally before we decide about January. It helps move us away from the minimum wage, and it does change the compensation on job postings as of January. But as was brought up by Supervisor Begay, some of the considerations is compensation for evaluations essential or something we want to do? And do we want a multiple prong approach because it is more confusing, as was mentioned? You can see on the left what the expense of that was. There's a one-time cost for the $500 at time of evaluation. That is $500,000. Now that's across all funding sources. That's not all general fund. The general fund, I believe, is $325,000. The 1 year cost that's below that is when we give a mid-year evaluation. Obviously, that's half of the year. So that's the half of the year cost. And then you can see the recurring costs below that. And the way we've broken that out under recurring is the total cost is first, and then how much of that is general fund, how much of that is other funds, HERF, grants, all of those things. So you can see that. And I just wanted to walk through that. So when we look at other options, you'll be able to have that for comparison side by side, actually. So on the next slide is where,
I'm sorry,
okay.
let me ask you a
Sure.
question just because I want to make sure.
Okay.
So the one-time cost is the 500.
Yes.
So the one-time cost for that 500 would cost us 500,000
Of one-time money, yes.
of one-time money. The year one cost,
Mhm.
that would be for the 2.5.
The year one cost is for the mid-year adjustment of $1 an hour with the market because it's not recurring. The recurring amount is the whole year amount. So it's just that half of a year. Okay.
And you said that this does not include law?
This does
enforcement?
not include the law enforcement. Those are separate slides.
Okay,
We have
got
to
it.
Do that stuff. They got a whole separate deal going. So
And Siri, did you want to add?
Just real quick, the year one cost compared to the total cost, you can see the difference is the dollar, but the year one cost includes the full cost of the 2.5, since that would be happening in July, and then the half of the year for the dollar.
Oh, thank you, Siri. So that's everything in the first year. Have questions?
So the total cost, yeah, I got it.
Okay. So
The total cost is the 2.5. Yeah, that includes the total cost, 3.67 includes the 2.5. And it includes the one-time cost of 500,000. And it includes the year one cost. Because that doesn't.
Can I restate it a little bit?
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
the one-time cost is just, that's the only place we're going to see that number is the $500. Then the year one, and then the year one cost, actually it has that one-time cost because it is only happening in fiscal year 26. Also happening in fiscal year 26 is the 2.5 and half of the dollar. But when we look on a recurring basis, what's happening recurring once you go into the next year for a full 12 months would be the impact of the 2.5% and the impact of the dollar. The reason that it's important to show both is as we move through the scenarios, the year one cost changes. So for example, I'll just throw out an example. If we were to do a different percentage in July and not do any kind of delayed January implementation of anything, that increases the year one cost over what we had estimated, even if on a recurring basis, it keeps it the same because there's no January component that reduces it by 6 months. So it's really just covering that 6 months, waiting until a January start date.
You know, I hate to say this because I did not agree with Supervisor Begay before, but after this discussion, I'm starting to agree with her. And I think what matters is the dollars, and also what matters is the 2.5. I think everybody's in agreement to. The additions are helpful for those on the lower end of the range. I think we all agree to that. So what I'd like to do is, instead of breaking it down like this, why don't we figure out what the actual dollar amount is and put that in there? Is that coming? Because I was not in favor of that till this whole discussion, and it's confusing. And quite frankly, I don't think our employees are going to understand it. And what they want to know what's the bottom line. That's what I want to know too.
absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to be sure that I understand that in January, when that goes in, is that a for sure thing? That would be a board decision. Is that a for sure thing? Or is that going to be based on economic conditions at the time?
That would be based on economic
Okay.
conditions at the time we would come back to the board.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
But we could still do that no matter what we're calling it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay, so this slide, I think I really enjoy. I hope you enjoy it as well. So this shows for each grade in our structure what the increase looks like. So we'll start at the top because we have about 4 employees, as was mentioned last week, that make about $19 an hour. They make between $19 and $20 an hour. There's only 4 employees in that range. So the 2.5% increase is about a 48 cents. I'm working on that row, that first row, left to right. 48 cents for them is the 2.5 of $19. The dollar an hour is 5.3% to them. The $500 one time, if we include it, is 1.3%. So their total percentage increase, including the one time, is 9% at the entry. If we look down to the other rows below that, we're looking at the midpoint of those ranges to really get an average, to see what the average would be for that grade. And so you can see the average increase for someone in grade 7 would be 8%. The average increase in someone in grade 8 would be 7.7%. And so those things wouldn't all be realized at the same time because we would be coming back to that mid-year. But you can actually see that the $500 one-time actually does make a difference in their total percentage, especially for the people in the 3 entry grades of our structure.
So where on this chart is the $500 in this here, the one you're showing?
Right. It's in the second column from the right, the one that says $500 one time. So it shows that everybody would get $500.
Oh, please flip to page 7 because we have a complimentary chart later in the presentation. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you. So I'm just going to give you a second to look at this since Supervisor Begay just got it, if that's okay. Yep.
I really do. And I like this a lot. And that's why I was like, yes, I'm for it. But is there a way to do this with the same kind of numbers without putting that $500 associated with a performance pay?
Yes, let's flip to another slide.
All
I
right.
love this. So there's one more, there's one more slide here. Kim's falling down on the job. So Kim, can you please?
Please don't drop the clip.
This slide is just a slide we saw on Monday, and I wanted to bring it back. I believe Supervisor Vasquez really appreciated this slide. This is looking kind of at the annual. Our average employee makes $70,000. Entry-level employee makes about $41,600. So we looked at it in hourly on the last slide, annual on this slide. I just wanted to bring it back since it was helpful in the first conversation.
Erica?
Yes.
Just to the question though, if there was a way to do, I think what the question was, I might have misunderstood it. Is there a way to do this without tying it to the evaluation? The answer to that is also yes, in that we could still do the $500 one time and just not say it's tied to the evaluation, because it is a way, as noted, to have those increases to the lower,
I'm all
grades.
for that, by the
So-
way.
Right.
But you said you had another slide that's going to show.
So I have one that takes it out, but I think Siri's point is really well taken.
Oh, I don't
really
want to
appreciate-
take it out.
Okay, so
Oh,
we
no.
could do it not with evaluations. We could do it in July so we could do the 2.5% and the $500 one time, both in July, and not tie it to evaluations if we wanted to that instead. So that's an option. But I did have an option where we take out the $500 one time altogether.
I
as
like
well.
the 500.
Okay.
If you tie it to evaluation, that's in November.
If
that
we do evaluations in September and then they get all processed and then we would pay it out in late October or November if we did evaluations, but we could do it in July and not tie it to the evaluations at all.
I don't know if I'm getting this whole thing right, but I see the 2.5 and the $1 increase to be tied in with a step increase. And they'll be getting that amount throughout whoever comes out and per hour more, that per hour they have now would be the calculated in what the hour they're going to be getting. If they get this one time, then it's just a one payment, right?
That's
one
correct.
payment and they only get it once and they don't get any more of that. So
Yes.
regardless, they're still at 7.8%.
So you're
On
correct in that the 2.5% and the $1 an hour go to their base salary, go to
Yeah.
their hourly amount and does continue. And that the $500 is a one time, they get it once and just once.
So the hourly
matter when
rate
they
is
get
not
it.
going to be the annually.
It does not
Okay,
impact
good.
their base pay. That's correct.
But still, I still think that we need to redo it right. Well, I don't think the way we have it is something that we should approve as a board, because we can include the $500 into the amount that they're going to be getting and spread it out into so many on an annual hourly rate. I think that would be better, saying that the increase would go up a little bit, but at least they have that amount. But just one time it's not going to help them by an hourly rate after they're set in one rate after the two calculations are done. So I kind of think, how are we going to do this?
So I have a couple other scenarios to show you some of that. The one-time money comes out of a different bucket, to use Siri's favorite financial term. It comes out of the one-time monies we have available instead of the recurring. But I do have another slide that shows what a 3% looks like and some other things.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is there a fiscal impact if you give the $500 in November or in July? Does that matter at all?
No.
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 Okay.
And so when we were talking about giving it in July, just a one-time thing, let's say an employee was hired on June 25th, okay? They would be entitled to that as well, right?
We do set a cutoff date for processing purposes of
Okay.
when they would have to be hired by in order for us to process it in the check.
Okay, and the
Yes.
reason I asked that is because if an employee had been serving for a full year and somebody
Right.
came on and has now served a matter of weeks,
Right.
that does not seem fair to me either.
Right.
I'm just throwing that out. there.
Yes.
That's the way it always is, you know,
Yeah,
it
we have to
always
pick a
is that
date.
way.
But
And-
it's not that close because there is some processing
Yeah.
time.
So,
Yeah.
but I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
But it always occurs. We know if somebody was there for a whole year and they were at a certain salary and then, you know, the salary changed and somebody new came on and the person is getting this, you know, getting the same salary as the person who's been there for, I mean, unfortunately, it happens all the time. Happens all the time. So,
Okay.
but, okay, I mean, I think what the intent is, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Begay, but I understand what you're saying in that we like the idea of the 2.5. That is not a problem, at least but I don't think that's a problem here. It's the others. And we like the idea that those on the lower end of the spectrum of the pay grade are getting a little bit higher percentage through a dollar amount instead of a percentage. So if we can accomplish that without maybe going through a three-step approach, but maybe accomplish the same thing with the same amount of money in a two-step approach,
Right.
maybe that's going to be better.
All right. No, actually that's not. So that's a really good point. And I love that feedback. So I will talk about the next two scenarios. So the next scenario is just taking out the 500. Oh, we went a bunch of slides, I think. Oh, no. Okay. So these are some different compensation options that you mentioned. So option A is the recommendation. Option B is just taking out the $500 one-time altogether. Option C is something Supervisor Fowler mentioned, which is just 3% across the board instead of 2.5% with no other things, which doesn't move the market. And then option D, which is shaded because it has some issues and is something Supervisor Vasquez asked for, and I did want to bring back. It is grades 7 through 12 getting a 6.25% and grades 13 through 22 getting a 4.25%. We wouldn't be able to implement that until October, which is why October is there in parentheses because of that cost. But it creates a lot of compression between grades 12 and 13 and actually pushes some people in grade 12 above the people in grade 13. So the fold is really problematic. But what's interesting about it is that you'll remember on the slide I just showed you, back to option A, actually, Kim, is that people in the lowest grades, in our entry level grades, are getting an average of 8% with option A. And in option D, they would only be getting 6.25. So again, they still get more with option A. And so I can explain that. So that's the recurring amount. The only thing that comes out is the one-time cost line of $500,000 of one-time money. So again, if you think of one-time money being in one bucket and recurring money being in a different bucket, the only thing that we're saving in option B is the $500,000 in one time by not doing the $500 payment. So the recurring costs year over year are the same.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Yep.
Did you do a slide that allows what A does, and that $500, but have it rolled into a dollar amount? Not a percentage, because the percentage really is advantageous for those at the higher end. The whole idea of doing a dollar amount is the dollar gives an increased percentage for those at the lower end of the pay grade.
So I can, actually, I want to go back to A for a minute, if that's okay. So yes, and there'll be a little bit of like visual math required. But on option A, you can see it differs by grade, but you can see so let's just look at grade 7 across the very top for the people making $19 an hour. There's a 48-cent plus $1, so $1.48 plus the $500 one time. So their base salary would increase by $1.48. So, and you can see that on this chart. And so when you look at grade 12, for example, or grade 10, we have a lot of employees in grade 10. Grade 10 employees are going to see a 67-cent on average increase by the 2.5%, and then the $1 an hour. So they're going to get $1.67 more an hour. So this is the chart where the money is because it depends on the grade.
Sure.
Is that helpful? Okay.
It just sounds like it's extremely difficult to try to roll that $500 one-time funding. And if we're really wanting to accomplish that, the easiest, simplest way is just to do a $500 one-time money.
Correct. And when you think about $1 an hour, not to make it more complicated, but maybe it helps a little bit. Tell me if I'm wrong. It's late in the day. $1 an hour is $2,080 a year in someone's annual salary. So if that's helpful to you to think about that in those 2080. Yes. So when someone works full time, we're talking about full-time employee in that instance, they work 2,080 hours a year. Yes. And so when you think about if the person in grade 12 is getting $1.78, right? So you can kind of do some, well, Siri can do the mental math on that. I would need a calculator, but you can think about what the impact is annually as well.
So I think I think some of the question about how could we take a $500 or a $500,000 one-time amount, because it's one time. If you took that amount of money and we're talking 2 to 3 cents per change, because it has to be recurring. We have to have the capacity to have it recurring. So that is why we can't take the 500 one time and turn it into a long-term dollar amount, because it really amounts to nothing.
Yeah.
But it amounts to something in this year if you give a $500.
And that's why, and when I was in the private sector, we would give a bonus, and we gave it right around, the holiday season. So they actually had something of value that was there and not spread over their whole paycheck.
Correct. And you can see that a little in option C. I mean, option C is just 3% instead of 2.5%. So it's an interesting comparison because it's not multifaceted, right? Like it's just the 3% only. And you can see that when we go back a slide or two, you can see that the budget isn't very much different to what option A is. So that comparison. And so when you raise that percentage a little bit, it's not the same.
So Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. So it looks like for the $500, really what we're deciding, is it a bonus? Because we've already discussed, we don't like the idea of tying it to the evaluation. And so then my next question is, when's the best time to give that bonus? If we're going to give it to the staff, is it the beginning of the fiscal year? Is it near Christmas, so that it's kind of like, here's your Christmas bonus?
Yeah, it is.
It's really kind of customary in the private sector.
But we can't call it a bonus because that's a gift of public funds. That's why you've got it related to something like performance. So I get that. It's just, I do understand the philosophy of, hey, everybody should be able to get a performance and blah, blah, blah. But
and if we do it in November, then it's before Thanksgiving and other December holidays, right? So
I think I is going like this. Listen to me. I guess my take is, don't call it an evaluation, because that's where the thing is. We need to say something different, because it has to be, we don't want the way I look at it, as I've been saying, is that we're trying to pay the staff to do an evaluation, and that's not good. And so we need to look at it in a different way. If we do name it differently, then I'm for it. That's the only thing that I kind of want to stay away from that. But anyway, the other thing is that irregardless of the one time, the percentages of the lower echelon people are is not really go anywhere. I mean, maybe a little bit, $1.48, and then still the upper the grade levels, they get more per more $1.78 or something that we looked at. So
I'd love to follow up on that. Thank you, Supervisor Begay, for that question. So when we look at option A and we look at the percentage that they're getting as an increase, on average, the people in grade 7 are getting an 8% increase, and the people in grade 22 are getting a 4.1% increase. So it is a much smaller percentage of their total salary. But your point is well taken, Supervisor Begay, that it is more money. It's $1.57 for grade 7, and it's $2.89 for grade 22. And part of that is just that there is a value associated with different positions in our structure. That is not about the value that they provide to our organization and to our customers. It is about the competitive rate to hire people in those positions. And it is different. The other thing that's really interesting about this chart is that there are fewer people in those upper grades. There aren't nearly as many people in grade 22. I mean, when you think about the titles in those, we don't have as many people in those grades. They're, directors, assistant directors, high-level managers, division managers. We just don't have as many of those positions.
one thing I disagree with is the $500 saying that is a 1.3% increase, and it adds into the other two, it's 9%, right?
So $500 is you're talking about grade 7 at the minimum at the very top,
Yeah.
I believe. $500 is 1.3% of their salary. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it has
It doesn't-
value. It shows
Right.
the value, and you're just trying to show
Right.
us an apples to apples.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Is all you're trying to
Yeah.
do. If it's a $500 just before, one of the major holidays, it's probably gonna
Christmas,
be spent.
Thanksgiving, as long as the
Yeah.
board is involved. Hey.
But here's
Just
what
kidding.
here's what we used to do for the schools. You're going to remember this. We used to do it, and we'd come up with this mid-year fund, and we did it. We called it. I shouldn't admit this, should I? A performance development, and and you could do that, and they could attend, or they could do a online survey. They could do a online a performance anything. We do them all the time for security, et cetera. But we could do something like and call it maybe performance development, and they do a 20-minute, 30-minute, online, and then they give a certificate, and they get staff development.
We have mandatory training every year. We could, so there's a lot of things. So I think we can certainly figure that out if the board has an idea of what time of year they want to give it, or we can figure those things out.
Yeah. Supervisor Vasquez.
What if, I know that we have trainings that are mandatory, but
Right.
that's why they're mandatory. So we shouldn't necessarily reward folks. Yeah, but maybe what we could do is tie it to those optional trainings that are already offered through the county. And if you want to get the 500, you participate in one of those, and maybe tie it that way. That way it's not performance. It's, are you actively engaging in that professional development that we're offering? And if you do above and beyond the mandatory, you will get the reward of the $500.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so then it may not be all of the employees that actually do that. I mean, it's exactly, it's up to them. Yeah,
Yep.
they could or could not do it, but if they did not do it, they would not receive it. Yeah, that's on them.
Right. Okay. All right. Are we ready to move to law enforcement then?
But I think, and I want to ask my board if everybody is in agreement with the concept of a 2.5% increase a $1 an hour, which is mid-year, and then that $500 one time. And just at least theoretically, are we all in agreement with that?
Okay, theoretically, the 2.5, I'm absolutely in favor of. The way that we discussed the 500, I am. The $1 an hour, I'm okay with that because that's going to be evaluated halfway through the year. And so if we can economically do it and we're in good shape, then it will be, but we're not, we're saying in theory, it's a good idea, but the economics at the time will determine whether or not we do it.
Supervisor Begay, how about you?
I just said that I'm okay with everything, as long as we don't call that evaluation thingy on the 500.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I agree. I think that we should go ahead and do the three different methods to provide. I was looking at the percentages and calculating, and for someone making minimum of $19 an hour, it comes out to $3,556. Someone at grade 22, it's going to come out to $6,453, even though that's only 4%, and for the lower paying folks, it's 9%. And so I think we need to keep that $500 in there, and as well as the 1 per hour to help those on the lower end of the pay scale to get some kind of equity, because this is with us squeezing it as much as possible. You remove some of that pay disparity and who gets rewarded in these compensation plans changes. And so I appreciate the work that's gone into this to develop this. And after hearing the discussion about the $500 one-time pay, I think that it should be included in there, but I agree it should be connected to professional development rather than an evaluation.
Well said, I agree. All right, good. Let's move on.
Okay, so now we're going to go to the law enforcement pay plan detention. We're going to start with detention. That's on slide 16. They have page numbers, I believe. Okay. They're really small. Okay, because I have the note version, so it's even smaller. So you'll remember last week we talked about the law enforcement pay plan for detention. And so the idea here that we lovingly refer to as the squish, because what we're looking at is taking the detention officer 1 title and the detention officer 2 title, those 2 positions, and combining them into 1 title that's detention officer. That will help us have a better career ladder, because right now detention officer 2 requires a firearms certification. And so people find it difficult to promote if they don't have that firearms certification. This would allow people to continue to promote even if they don't. And it adds a stipend for firearms carrying for people who are certified to carry firearms as well. The current entry of our detention officer 1 is $22.9846. We used 4 decimals there an hour. And that's one of our highest vacancy rate positions. It's about 22% vacancy rate. And so we're recommending in this combination that we can have the entry for that be $24 an hour. So the department would be able to advertise that this position starts at $24 an hour, which would be great. And it also allows us to create a detention corporal position in the future. And all the staff, we would look at them, all the staff and detention officer and 1 and detention officer 2, we would place into the new detention officer title, which has new steps because it starts at $24 an hour. They would be placed into the next highest step closest to what they make. That might only be a couple cents. And then they would get a step. So you may recall that when all of the organization, when the board approves a compensation increase for all of the employees in the law enforcement pay plan, both on detention and patrol, get a 4% step. They're in a step plan, not in a range. And so when everyone else gets 2.5%, they get 4%. They own patrol and detention both. They have an entry and an 8-step plan. So essentially there are 9 steps. And once they get to that 9th step, that's it. They don't get any more increases. So really what it does is it moves them through the pay within the first 9 years of employment, and then they're topped out unless they promote. And that's so that they can get that pay faster, and that's for retention purposes. So the plan would be to take these two titles, squish them into one new title, move the staff into the closest step that's a little bit higher than what they make. And after we do that, they would all get a 4% step. They would get one step. So everyone will at least be getting slightly more than 4%. This is all paid out of the jail district. This does not come out of the general fund at all. And in order to help pay for this, the sheriff's office is willing to end the law enforcement incentive program for new hires. People, employees that are in the law enforcement incentive plan would be grandfathered in, and no new hires would be added to that program because they're finding that that program has really kind of run its course. It's not really recruiting anyone into the system now, and it helps them pay for this.
Mr. Vasquez.
What is the incentive program again? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Certainly. That's a great question. So presently with the program, when a new hire is hired by the sheriff's office into an eligible title like detention officer, let's say you get hired as a detention officer 1, the county puts aside $20,000 into an investment account with the treasurer's office. That account earns interest. There's a vesting schedule for that $20,000. Based on your years of service, you get payments on it. So you get a payment at 2 years, you get a payment at, I believe, 4 years. You can also borrow against it for the down payment of a house. And we've had some people participate in that program, but I believe it's definitely less than 20. It might be less than 10. I don't know if Siri knows that number off the top of her head who've participated in the housing program.
Oh, it's definitely less than 10 over the course of the program.
And so we're not finding that people are using that as much as we thought they might. And what we're finding is that over time, we worked with the sheriff's office. They wanted to change the vesting schedule. And we did change the vesting schedule. That actually had an unintended consequence that fund is not as self-sustaining as we originally thought it would be based on the new vesting schedule. And so it's requiring, this law enforcement incentive program is requiring that we put a $250,000 investment into that fund to keep it sustainable. And so when the sheriff's office, for everyone in the program, only 10 people are using the housing option. And so the sheriff's office, rather than have us invest further in that program to keep it going, they'd rather put that toward compensation.
No, thank you for clarifying that. That's important. The other question I wanted to ask was, how much is the stipend for firearms carry? Because I know that was a conversation that we had earlier.
It's $2,500 annually, so it'll be split up between all of their checks.
Great, thank you.
And while we're on law enforcement, you know how we were talking about, I think Andy said that after Keith spoke one night, he went home and it didn't really hit him until he went to bed, kind of what it was. And this has been, sometimes at the end of the day, you feel like you get a little shotgun blasted with information. And I remember when Sheriff Axlin was here and made the presentation, if I remember correctly, he was asking for 4 new full-time employees. Am I correct with that? 2 in the South, Flagstaff, 2 in Williams, and was it a corporal?
There was
Or
a
a
professional
commander?
standard sergeant, so there were 5 positions total.
Right. And then if I remember the conversation correctly, he said that he had talked with the management and you guys had pointed out that there are positions that are already there that are not filled. Are these in?
Yes.
Like
They're
the
in
same- like the-
patrol, not detention. They're
Okay,
in the
so
patrol side.
The ones so those are the ones that he's asking for, the patrol ones that he's asking for.
Yeah, and Supervisor Ontiveros, on the patrol side, when there's a request for positions, and we really work this through with Sheriff Axlin and staff, the thought is, yeah, certainly you probably do need the positions based on coverage area, et cetera. But if we can't fill and then keep the positions that we have, why would we add positions to the books? And when you look at the total cost of those requests, and it was over $500,000 of recurring cost a year, let's take that amount and put it into a pay plan that allows us to keep and retain the employees that we have. So that was really how the conversation evolved with them.
Okay. And I guess, you know what, I just wanted to share my thought process because we also heard kind of in the same outlet or in the presentations that violent crime has gone up 40% countywide and 60% citywide. Am I right with that, or are those reversed?
It's significant.
I think that was right.
Okay, and then I just personally know that there is a train robbery a day over in the Williams area, in that Williams area, if not more. And I was just wondering if there was, I guess I'm just concerned about public safety. And I'm not saying if Sheriff Axland is okay with this, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay? Maybe I'm just overthinking things.
Supervisor Ontiveros, no, we all have, and it's important to think about it. And there's a need for patrol officers and police officers. We have had historically a lot of vacancies in these positions. The idea of committing to this pay plan is the hope is, and the goal is to retain the employees. So they're Coconino County trained, because our county deputies, it takes a special person to be in that role, particularly as a rural deputy, et cetera. It's different than policing at the city level. And so the thought is that we can add positions to the books, but we probably won't be able to fill them. So does that make sense, Supervisor Ontiveros?
What it does.
Yeah.
I guess, I just feel better now that we've talked about it. Like, I mean, you can laugh at that, but I mean, I really, one night when I went to bed, I just thought, crime's going up. Sheriff asked for this. I know the train robberies are taking place. Do we need perhaps another position? That is the genesis, the point of why I'm bringing this up. Okay. But I understand what you're saying. And I'm just going to go back to, if Sheriff Axland is happy with this, then Supervisor Ontiveros is happy with this, because I'm never going to tell him how to run his department.
Yeah,
So
Supervisor Ontiveros, the goal for all of us is to have people, good people in those positions doing good work. That's the goal. Yeah.
And these,
I think it's a good goal, and I agree with that.
these pay plans were very collaborative with the sheriff's office, with Sheriff Axland, and he is supportive of these pay plans.
And just another comment too. I mean, I think we have really tried throughout certainly the time that the three of us, Supervisor Ontiveros, have been on this board, and even before that with Supervisor Fowler, when the sheriff comes forward and says, I need something, I can tell you, we have really bent over backwards to make that work, because we understand that, and the health and safety of our community is essential. And yet, if we had all the money in the world, we could probably even do more, but we don't. And they understand that. And so I think one of the big things we have tried very hard early on, we even did a mid-year adjustment so that they could hopefully do more recruitment. And it's like, no matter what we do, no matter how much we put in there, then you've got some other, whether it be a DPS, or whether it be Page, or whether it be the City of Flag, somebody like ups the game.
Yeah, like
And
$30,000
it's
per year
ridiculous.
in one of those positions. I'm glad I was sitting down when that information was given out.
So I think that, we try to do what we can. I think that's evident with, with our going out for a jail district bond to assist with regards to the jail and getting a mental health facility over there. I should say medical facility over there. So I agree with what you've said. I think that I'm going to go, the sheriff made that recommendation. They understand we're in very difficult times. I think we keep watch of it. And if necessary, I know he's going to come back. So, but I don't have a problem with the law enforcement pay plan detention as presented and as basically agreed to by the sheriff's office.
Okay, thank you for that
Supervisor-
history.
I'm sorry, Vasquez, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. I was just curious, the law enforcement incentive program, was that paid for out of general fund or jail district funds?
Well, the jail district paid for the detention portion of that of that program, but the law enforcement incentive program was offered to both detention and patrol. And so the detention portion was paid out of jail district funds, but the patrol side was paid out of general funds. And so this is the law enforcement pay plan detention recommendation. And then when we're ready, I have the next slide, which is the law enforcement pay plan for patrol. But I believe that the chair wanted to wrap up on the detention first.
I did. So I'm fine with it as presented, but I think Supervisor Begay had a question about percentages. You want to?
I want to go with a higher percentage. Well, anyway.
No context there.
I just want to say, as you know, the traditional aspect of it, Andy, there's no one that's hired there in there full time, right? And is it under the jail district or the which one is it under, or the detention or law enforcement? Where does it fall in?
Yeah.
That's under detention.
Okay.
They've had trouble filling that role.
Yeah. And I think, people that don't really know what it entails are doing, soliciting a person to go in. We have a lot of people that are looking for work that are very traditional, very culture oriented. They know the ins and outs of just doing cedering for people, or, praying and just ceremonies. And I think we really, because of the high percentage of our Native Americans are in that, over at one point I was told was at 60%. And what we do is we don't really pay attention to them. And Patrice and I had the opportunity to go over there, and I about cried. I mean, the whole gun had just nothing but books and a lot of stuff just stored in there, where they were having this sweat lodge hadn't been used in about 3-4 years now. And here I thought we were funding that all this time, and just because you guys couldn't, that people did not get give a chance to get the right person in there or whatever, then I don't think we're helping. We're helping in any way in that way. So I did have a chance to talk to Andy about that, possibly doing a position and then making sure that that position is filled so that it can help all Native Americans, whatever Hopis have their own ways and things like that. I know that there's people out there that can do those things. Even just doing the small ceremony sweat lodges will help them. It cleans your minds and cleans your systems and just everything. So I just wanted to make sure that in this here, it's not even in here again. And I did bring it. We did bring it up to sheriff, and he didn't really do nothing with it from what I see with what's being presented to us. So I think we're failing some people out there. We have Mexicans, we have Hopis, we have Havasupai, we have all these other tribes that are out there that need that help. So, and with a high percentage of over 60% at times, and then they just walk out and then they do the same thing. They're back in there again. How are we going to help them? I think that we really need to think about that, as far as having you guys sit back down with Axon and find out how we're going to be doing that. So anyway, it was a real sad thing to see over there. And I just want to have Patrice, talk about it. And we just looked at each other when we saw it.
And I know that's something that does need to be addressed. I hope they heard that and how important that was, that moving forward. Of course, that's a little on the outside of the pay per se. But while we're dealing with that, it does go to the whole, it does go to the detention and what we're trying to do there. And part of our commitment with the law enforcement pay plan is to bring in good quality people, hopefully to encourage someone that has the traditional backgrounds to be able to come in there and do something with Hogan, because it was very sad to see that, very disappointing to see that. Because I think the story that gets out to the public, quite frankly, the story we get out to the public is that this culturally for people who are inmates there is being taken care of. So that was very much of a disappointment. I know we've got Supervisor Ontiveros wants to leave. I would like to, at least if we can, get through the pay plan for detention, and then we can hold off until tomorrow for the rest of it. But before we go there, I know Supervisor Vasquez has a question.
Okay.
Okay, all right. If we can, I mean, I'd like to hear from, and if you aren't ready to do this or commit, I understand. I have no problem with the pay plan for detention as presented and the squishing of the detention officer 1 and 2 position and adding a stipend for firearms and having detention staff move up 1 step and ending that law enforcement incentive program for new hires at the cost of to $250,000 to the jail district. I have no problem with that as presented. I'm going to ask Supervisor Vasquez, how about you?
On this payment plan for detention, I'm good with the squish and the stipend and all the different elements of this plan as presented.
Supervisor Begay, do you feel comfortable taking a position?
On the squishy position?
Do you
The
agree with
squishy, I
squish?
thought it had, it was an explanation. Yeah, as long as, I think, you know, I don't know how Andy's gonna work this out, but when Patrice and I are talking about, you know, to be included in, to be included in this area here. But I am in agreement with the recommendation as presented to the board, you know, on that with, and I just want to make sure that we revisit that and get that going so that, you know, our people, some of the people can get some help. Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. And I do just want to confirm that this also was approved by Sheriff Axland. This was done in cooperation and collaboration with him.
Yes, and he
Okay.
is very supportive of this plan.
Okay, then I am supportive of it.
All right, so we've done pretty good work, and I know it's been a long day, and Supervisor Ontiveros has even a longer day she has to go before she sleeps. And all of our best to your community out there. And with that, we are adjourned until tomorrow morning. What time?
8:30.
8:30 tomorrow morning. We are adjourned. Oh my God. I mean, I'm never